All right.
Yep.
Welcome to the Final Fantasy VI podcast. We have been hyped for this for almost a month. I'm Grant. I will be taking the role of discussion leader, and joining me today will be guys, please.
Hi, I'm Guy. This is my Twitch channel. I like doing these podcasts. I like games.
Hi, I'm Nat/Alessia. What's up?
Hello, I'm Christian.
Hello there. My name is Bailey.
And my name's John. Good to see you all.
Awesome. So we've got an amazing agenda for today. Thank you for that, John. By the way, that was awesome. So first up on our list, we have the introduction. So, how did each and every one of you, or one of us, meet Final Fantasy VI? What was our first encounter? And so, John, would you like to start us off with that?
Starting with the old fogies, Grant. I like it.
You're welcome.
My first encounter with Final Fantasy VI was on the couch in my parents' house. Let me see. If 6 was released in 1994, as the internet tells me, it can't have been much after that I got Final Fantasy VI for Christmas, because I liked how it looked in Nintendo Power and asked my parents to give it to me for the holidays. So I must have been, somewhere between 8 and 10 years old. I still have memories of playing it in the TV room, my parents' house, on the old Super Nintendo, in the original glorious Ted Woolsey translation. I ate that thing up so bad. By ate it up, I mean I loved it. I don't mean I played it quickly, because I don't play any games quickly. I'm excruciatingly slow at playing games, especially ones I like. But I devoured it in just beautiful, brilliant slow motion. And like I say, that was the first time I encountered it. But I think my reactions to it continue to this day, just because of how often it comes to mind, which is a really strange thing to think about. But it was like so new to me at the time. Its characters left such an impression on me. It's the events of its story twisted themselves into my mind so well that I just find myself thinking of moments from the game, and like pieces of its gameplay even today. 25 years almost later, which is quite the achievement. So, I've known it since I was very young. Still love it to death. That's how I met Final Fantasy VI.
Nice. I'll go next. So, Final Fantasy VI was one of the first video games I've ever played. It is up there with Street Fighter II World Warrior, Super Mario All-Stars. This was back in the day when we had a Super Nintendo, back when I would get up early on a Saturday morning, because I wanted to see my brothers play on the Super Nintendo. And this was one of those games where they would play, I would watch them, and then I would try to do what they did. So yeah, it doesn't get any more nostalgic when it comes to video games than this. So I've always had a lot of fun and fond memories of it. My brother and I, we still talk about it even to this day. This was back in the good old days when I just knew it as Final Fantasy III and had no idea that there were going to be other translations and stuff. So yeah, I loved it. I still love it. This game is about as close to perfection for a video game as you can get. So that's my introduction to Final Fantasy VI.
Alright,
Alessia, you want to...
Oh, go ahead.
Do you want to say what you were going to say, Guy?
No, you go ahead. You can go first. Ladies first.
Okay. Oh, thank you. You're so nice. Okay, so Final Fantasy VI, when it came out, I was unfortunately a small baby, so I could not play it. But actually, my origin stories with this game are actually pretty identical to my Fire Emblem origin stories. Had a cousin who was living with the family for a while, and he brought a metric fuck ton of GBA games and other stuff over. He had let me play Fire Emblem, and I had played Final Fantasy before. I'd played some 7, cleared 8 with my older brother, but he showed me Final Fantasy VI, and he let me borrow it. So I booted it up. I pretty immediately got addicted to the game, would not put it down until I finished it. And yeah, that's me.
All right, Guy, you're next.
Okay, so unlike a couple of old farts here, I wasn't even born yet when the Super Nintendo version came out.
So
So I didn't play it until the Game Boy Advance translation, which was early 2007, if I remember right. So I was 10 years old. And I had been playing the other Game Boy Advance remakes of the previous Final Fantasies growing up, and I'd been playing Pokemon. That was my main thing as a kid. Like, Pokemon and Final Fantasy were basically all I played growing up. So when I got to 6, I instantly fell in love with it. It felt so different from 1 and 2 and 5. And it felt... I could tell even as a kid it was a lot darker and more somber than 1 and then 5. And it was... I guess that was what drew me in to it more, because instead of, being like Pokemon and being like those other Final Fantasies, instead of being, oh, well, we're happy, we make jokes all the time, it was really sad and darker. And I guess that was kind of my introduction to what video games could be more than just fun little romps through a fantasy world.
Alright, I'll go ahead and go next. Much like Guy here, my introduction to Final Fantasy VI was through Final Fantasy Advance. Around 10 years ago now, for my birthday, I went to go buy a Game Boy Advance and 3 games. I got Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, and of course Final Fantasy VI Advance. I instantly fell in love with everything about Final Fantasy VI, from its characters to its story, gameplay, you name it, I loved it as a kid, and I still love it to this day. I still own my cart that I got back then.
Oh man, I wish I still
And
had
I'm
my
still...
cartridge.
Yeah, I still adore playing that game to this day.
Oh, is it my turn, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright. So my story is kind of the exact same way I found
Still...
the Fire Emblem series. Pretty much, and I think I talked about this back in the Fire Emblem Awakening podcast, but I'll say it again. Sorry, I was speaking too fast there, but so I had a family member that used to go to gambling game rooms, and they used to play Keno a lot, and so they used the numbers on the back of fortune cookies. So they used the numbers on the back of my fortune cookie sheets. And if they won, they give me half their winnings. Well, one time they won $600, so I got $300. And at the time, my brother and I got a PS2 with Final Fantasy IX, and I was absolutely in love with Final Fantasy IX. So with that, I wanted to play all the other Final Fantasy games. So we went to Hollywood Video, rest in peace, that place, and Game Crazy. And we bought pretty much every Final Fantasy we could find in the year 2004. So that was Final Fantasy 1 through 10-2 at the time.
Ooh.
Wow.
And with that, I played I actually got Final Fantasy VI for the PlayStation 1 alongside Final Fantasy V. And honestly, I was hooked from the moment I started playing, and you got to that opening march, and that theme started playing, and I was just like, okay, I'm already interested. But yeah, so that's pretty much my story, is got a whole bunch of money, just got the game.
Man, nice.
Alright.
Alright, well, now that we've all told our story of how we've been introduced, let's get into one of the most widely praised and one of the best aspects of Final Fantasy VI, its story.
Hey, Grant,
So,
I've got a quick question before we move on.
Yeah,
It's interesting for me to note that we have... I mean, it sounds like all 6 of us really just encountered this game while we were kids, right? I mean, we have stories about Christian going to Hollywood Video, which probably hasn't existed for years.
Oh man.
We've got yeah, and we've got Guy was 10. We've got Grant playing this for the first time as like the first video game he played as a kid, watching his siblings. It's just like, and of course, I was also young. Do you think that our connections to Final Fantasy VI are based, at least in part, on kind of the connection it gives us to our youth, whatever that is? Or do you think it's just like we've encountered the game totally separate from, whatever experience we associate with it? I have my own idea, but I'll poll the crowd first before I volunteer mine.
Definitely.
Go on.
Well, definitely in my case, I think it does have positive association because, it was when I first got the Game Boy Advance, one of my all-time favorite consoles, or handhelds, and as a result, Final Fantasy VI being like one of the first games I got for it, really left a positive note on it. Alright.
In my case, I would actually probably have to say that Final Fantasy VI has been an inspiration to me as a writer, because when I was a child, I had a lot of crap going on that's, not going to really delve into it much, but I turned a lot to storytelling and writing and these open world JRPGs to try and pull me into what I considered another reality, so I could escape some of what was going on in my childhood. And I think Final Fantasy VI did the best job out of every RPG that I had played as a child of immersing me in its world and giving me ideas for my own little stories that I wanted to tell one day. And so in my life, I would say that I definitely have a lot of positive childhood associations with it.
That's awesome. I think those two answers right there are exactly what I was thinking about 6, which is it's kind of half Bailey's answer and it's kind of half Nat's answer, right? I mean, part of it is that it just hit us at the right time and we associate it with this so much positivity and good sense and cool stuff from our youth, right? But also at the same time, there's just part of it is a really, really good work of storytelling and game craft, I guess. And I think from my own perspective, I think both are true. I think I wouldn't value it and turn back to it as much as I do if it hadn't hit me that early. But at the same time, like every time I turn back to it, I've completed it, I think, 3 times all the way through. I find something new in its storytelling, and I find a little more than I had ever realized was there before, and that's the mark of a really good story. So I think it's a little bit of both. I think this hit us all at a prime moment in our development, but at the same time, it's also just so good that that's what keeps bringing us back to it. Okay, I've derailed the podcast enough. Grant, I'll turn it back to you.
That was a good
I was
idea.
about to say it was a little bit of. I was about to say it's a little bit of both for me because it's impossible to disentangle nostalgia when it's one of the first games you've ever played. But even as an adult, it still holds up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have to agree with that too. Like, yeah, I enjoyed it as a kid, and even as a kid, I noticed it was telling a darker story than most of the other games I was into at that age. But looking back on it now as an adult and looking for the things I look for now in games, which is a lot different at 22 than it was at 10, I still think it holds up. I think I love it even more now than I did as a child, to be honest with you, because it's bold and it does things to get its point across that other games couldn't necessarily just slap into themselves and work the same way.
There's so many more things for us to appreciate now that we're older than we were when we were kids.
Mhm.
So many more things that we notice, so many more things we enjoy about the game.
And instead of just it being something to immerse myself into, it's now to me as a 24-year-old person, it is something that I can appreciate those dark, hidden nuances in.
Yeah.
It's a story that took us seriously, so we took it seriously and loved it in return.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a fine wine. It just keeps getting better over time.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, does anyone else have anything else to add before we start talking about the story?
I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we've derailed this good enough. Let's go on to the
Yeah.
story.
I wouldn't count this as a derailing, by the way, since it is important. But now that that's out of the way, storytelling. Okay.
Oh boy!
All right. So, Guy, you are first up.
Yep.
Take it away.
I get to talk about the very, very beginning of the game. And, oh man. So, the game opens up with a couple of soldiers and this different looking girl, but they're all in these big mechanical armor suit things. They call them Magitech armor, and they're attacking this little frozen over little village up in the middle of nowhere because they think there's something called an Esper here. And little kid me was like, well, those are fancy words, whatever, I'm gonna go that way. And it sets up this scene of them just walking through the snow in their Magitech armor, and this really kind of haunting music begins to play, and then it says, oh, here, this is Final Fantasy VI. So they go into the town, and the townspeople try to stop them. They attack them, and that's how the game introduces you to the combat system, which is really nice, including different ways the battle can start up. And you go through the town, you go into this cave behind it, and you fight the first boss, which we'll talk about later, so I'm not going to say anything on the first boss right now. It's a good introduction, though. And kind of lost my train of thought there, sorry. It's...
Yeah, that's cool.
So then, at the back of the cave, they approach this frozen thing that they call that Esper they mentioned earlier, and the girl has this weird reaction with it. And they also say something about her having some crown on that takes away her free will, which, as a kid, that made no sense to me. Like, I didn't even know what they meant, and now as an adult, I'm like, oh, that's pretty messed up.
Oh, no.
It's really messed up. Also, those two soldiers are called Biggs and Wedge, and those names appear in, like, almost every game in the series, but that's just trivia.
Well, actually, funny enough, sorry to interrupt. That's actually their first appearance.
Is it
in the
really?
Final Fantasy franchise.
Oh yeah, it is their first
Yes.
appearance. Oh yeah, but this is their first one. Yeah, that's right. I don't know, for some reason I thought
So
they were
beginning as a
they showed up
recurring
before.
character.
But no, they're in this one, they're in 7, whatever, yeah. But so I guess this is the game that set that trend then. I didn't even realize that.
That's cool. They started a trend.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. They're still setting new staples and references for the series 6 games in. That's something.
Pretty much.
All the more to love.
Yeah, for real. Jeez, I didn't even think about that. See? Learn something new and we're just sitting here talking about it.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much where I stop because Bailey wants to talk about that frozen Esper.
Ah, yes, the frozen Esper known as, that we later learn his name is Velagarmata or Tritok. At least that's how I pronounce it. Well, actually... Sorry. Yeah, that bird, if I can put me on the spot there, I thought I was gonna talk about her later encounters with Velagarmata. Not right now.
Oh. Well,
Yeah,
okay.
kind of just
Oh, I thought you wanted to talk about it now.
So,
No, then I guess the next thing is after me.
Is Edgar's entry. Okay,
that's
so
you.
after the attack on after the Narshi guards try to nab Terra, because after that reaction she has with the Esper, she wakes up, the slave crowd's off of her, but she's still a little fuzzy. So Locke and the Moogles, they save her, and then they basically have to get out of Narshi, because Terra was just a Imperial soldier who was kicking the crap out of them. So they go to Figaro, down to the south, and this is where we meet one of my favorite characters in the game. It's Edgar. Here in Figaro, you learn about who Edgar is, who Sabin is. You learn that there's a thing called the Returners, who are the underground resistance to the Empire. So yeah, so that's Edgar's entry pretty much, and Figaro's entry. And so, not long after you meet Edgar and get to know him, Kefka shows up. This is Kefka's introduction to the game and the story as well. And he's like, "Dang it, Edgar, you pinhead, why are you living in the middle of a desert?" And, they're looking for Terra, and, Kefka essentially tries to burn down the castle, and then Edgar, in one of the sweetest moves of video games, he jumps on the Chocobo, he gets Locke and Terra to jump, and the freaking castle just submerges beneath the sand.
Sinks.
That's one of my favorite moments in gaming.
Oh,
I love
such
that
a
so
cool
much.
thing.
Oh yeah.
And the music that plays while it's happening is just the best.
That blew my mind so much as a kid.
Yeah, blew my mind too. It was just like, holy crap, Edgar's a badass. And even though he's running away, and Figaro's like, no one can touch the glory of Figaro. And then Kefka tries to kill all them with Magitech soldiers. That fails. So Edgar, Terra, Locke, they basically they skedaddle. They try to make it to the Returners' hideout. And then with and I guess I have to talk about the Returners because it leads up to the next point, which is also by me.
Yeah.
They meet up with Bannon, and they meet Sabin, and you have, Terra talking about how Sabin looks like a bear or a bodybuilder, depending on which translation.
I'm sorry, I can't help laughing.
Gotta love translations.
God bless.
The differences in translations make for wonderful things.
Yeah.
So we get to the Returners, and Bannon's essentially telling Terra the story of Pandora's box, and afterwards they get a guy who's like, "Oh, by the way, the Empire's just like burned out South Figaro. They're after us." Everybody's like, "Crap!" So they get on the raft and you fight Ultros, who is one of the best villains in gaming.
One of the best gag villains in gaming.
Yeah. So we fight Ultros, and then Sabin tries to go mano a mano with him, and then the party separates.
Yeah.
And then my next point is Sabin's party, or Sabin's route, which is we get to meet another kingdom that had allied with the Returners, which is Doma. And this gives us an entry to arguably my favorite character in the game, which is Cyan Garamond. Freaking samurai, very loyal, very faithful retainer. He fends off the Empire. They try and launch an assault on Doma. It doesn't work. Cyan kills their leader like a total boss, and as a result, they fend off the Empire. And during that time, Sabin meets Shadow, gets to the Empire's camp, and then we have little bits of conversation. Leo tells Kefka not to do anything barbaric or inhumane as he leaves to the Emperor. And then frickin' Kefka pulls off one of his biggest atrocities in the game, which is he poisons the river and essentially just wipes out Doma. Like, holy crap. And I just played this too. It was surprising just how fast it happens. It's just boom, everybody's dead. And
That is one hell of a poison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you taint their drinking water, though. That's actually a tactic that was used in South America, I believe, by the Spaniards against the Aztecs, is that they would actually poison their water to wipe out populations. So.
Yeah, that's a
That's
legit
it, yeah,
thing,
it's a
and
thing
it does
that
it does
is
happen
used
fast.
in
And I
real
believe
It does.
in the real world we've since outlawed that. I think they outlawed that around World War One, but that's real world history. We're not here for real world history, reality.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
so
Get
it's
that away from me.
It's pretty stinking barbaric, and it's one of the saddest parts of Final Fantasy VI to me when he realizes both his wife and his child are dead. And that's when the Unforgiven track plays, and then he just starts going on a rampage trying to take out the Empire. And then Sabin and Shadow help him out, and they manage to bust out of the Empire's camp, which leads us to the next story point. Alessia, take it away.
All right, so I am going to be talking about the Phantom Train. Not just the events of the Phantom Train, but I also want to talk about the musical score that plays during this section, because I thought that talking about the two together would possibly be the best thing I could do. So I'm going to start with the music. So the Phantom Train's theme song is just, it starts off with a slow sound of a train rolling down some tracks, followed by some light piano, and then after a while there's just some heavy violin and drums that's meant to build into the suspense of the song and to make you feel chills running down your spine as you're walking through this train that Cyan, Sabin, and Shadow stumbled across. And they're going through this train, and there's ghosts everywhere, and as they're exploring this thing, they're trying to stop the train so that way they can get off, because the train had started on them. So they make their way through, and as they make it to the end, they end up fighting the train. Probably one of the best non-Ultros boss fights in the game, just because you can, make Sabin suplex it, but, that's for another time. But
I freaking suplexed that train recently. It was a beautiful moment.
it was. But
Yeah.
but the main point that I want to get to is that you get off this train, and it's already been implied that this train is taking the souls of the departed to the underworld and to their final resting point. It's been implied as you're walking through this train, but you leave the train with the party. The music comes to a slow stop. The sounds of steam can be heard, and the train screeching against the rails as it pulls to a stop on the platform. The party leaves the train, but upon turning back, they see Cyan, in particular, sees the spirits of his recently departed wife and child boarding the train. To me, that just, every time I see this scene, I feel a tug in my gut. As he's screaming, seeing him pushing aside Sabin in a desperate struggle trying to reach his wife and child because he hasn't come to terms with their death yet. Watching as they're taken away, carried by the train, and then hearing their last words to him was just oh my god, sorry. But hearing their last words to him, his wife telling him, "My love, you've made me so happy, don't forget me," and then his son chiming in saying, "I'll make sure mom's alright," as Cyan stares into the abyss. He's speechless and he's broken. There's no music, just nothing. You try to talk to him, you get nothing but ellipses. He has nothing to say. And they leave. And that's that.
If I can just add one more thing that I really love about that moment, it's that of all the people in the cast, you're given control of Sabin at that moment, not Cyan. Of course, not Shadow, if he's still around by then. But Shadow just, brushes you off. Cyan is totally unresponsive, and Sabin can't leave. You just have him walking around, and the only way to end the scene is for time to pass, but you just have Cyan, consumed by his grief without movement, and you can't get out of there. You can't move it along. The scene just doesn't end. It's just this emptiness, lack of music. None of the characters want to talk to you. And
forces you to sit there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just it's such an elegant... Yeah.
Because there's so many games where tragedies like this happen and it just lets you go, but this is very unique in the fact that it forces you to wallow in Cyan's pain. It forces you to take in the silence and the emptiness and the heartbreak that he feels.
It's such an elegant statement of his grief and the fact that he can do nothing about it. It's pretty incredible.
I have to agree with that. I had a thought and I lost it.
Same here, guys. Same here.
Well, then find it.
It happens right after he just lost them too, so that just So the wound hasn't even been healed yet. He's still going through the process, and then he gets to see them like they're gone for good now, and it's just why was that so much? It's just so heartbreaking.
You know, and even then, like, I'm just gonna say, he kind of doesn't even, like, move on from that, you know? Like, I'm just gonna say that for now. He doesn't even fully move on from that, like, after the whole, like, train scene. It just kind of sticks with him.
Yeah, it's something that really carries with him through the entire game.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. His whole arc is about that. Let's put a pin in that because we're going to discuss Cyan a little bit later.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
So, Bailey, your Terra's encounter with Valigamonda, I guess, did you already have that? Did you want to talk about that here?
I guess I could talk about that here. Well, after everyone was separated from the fight with Ultros, they eventually all joined back together, along with some new recruits, a la Solace, and they fight. They go back to They meet back in Narsh in order to defend the Frozen Esper from the Empire. Well, after having this squabble with Kefka, after the battle's all said and done, the Frozen Esper begins to resonate with Terra again. This time around, Terra transforms into what we later find out is an Esper, and flies off to parts unknown. It's this reveal that Terra is part Esper that just puts a whole... How do I put it? It just flips the story on its head, I guess. As the Espers were known to live in their own separate world, away from the humans, so having an Esper and a human procreate and make half human, half Esper is something that was not known. Anyways,
You know, sorry. Can I chime in with something quick?
Oh yeah, please chime in.
Right. So I think I always thought that was so interesting that we found that out, especially when we did, because even in the desert when they were fighting the magic deck armor, if you have Terra use her magic, then Edgar and Locke lose their shit. Everyone thinks, oh, she must have been experimented on by the Empire. And in this world, it is known that humans are not born with magic, but they can be artificially given the ability to use magic. So that's what a lot of people in world had just assumed, especially since Celeste is a person like that who was, given the artificial ability to use magic. So finding out that Terra is half Esper was just a huge game changer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really makes her importance just that much more authentic. I mean, it just gives her that much more importance in the narrative, which she was already important to begin with.
Well, it also
Indeed, and-
kind of recontextualizes some of what you thought you had learned up to this point, and it makes you want to keep going and see her rediscover more of her own origins. Because at the start of the game, she had amnesia. All she could really tell you was her name, and now we know, oh, she's half Esper. That's how does that happen? And I like when games do that. It's a good way to motivate the player to keep going.
Yeah.
And
it gives you
her
a-
reaction to it.
Go on, sorry.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
the only other thing I wanted to add to that scene, I consider that the end of the first act of the 5-act structure of Final Fantasy VI, but man, that sound cue that ends that scene. Terra gives this blood-curdling scream and
Oh,
takes
God.
off. That floored me as a kid. I cannot forget it. But, that in a moment tells you exactly her reaction to it. She's full of this new, profound significance and meaning to the whole world, and it is awful for her. And then it ends, and it's off into the next act.
So just thinking about like Terra's like upbringing as like half human, half Esper, kind of makes like as someone that's like really overanalyzes this stuff. What is like the physiology of the Espers? Like how do they work? Like, sorry, just a random tangent that's always stuck in my mind whenever someone brings this stuff up. Is like,
Are we having the birds and the espers talk? Is that what this is?
Well, Chris.
that's a question that I was
Well, Christian.
And a mommy and an Esper love each other.
When a daddy Esper and a mommy human love each other.
Yeah, but I'm like, it just brings a whole lot of questions to me, like, because there's like Espers that aren't humanoid, but yeah.
They have sex parts, Christian. Obviously.
They do indeed reproduce.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, it's just kind of like how instead of penises, birds have cloacas or whatever it's called.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Well.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, just a random-
Moving back.
Yeah.
I blame
Going
Christian.
back.
Yeah.
As Guy was saying, you do learn something new every time we have one of these.
On the list of
I'm
things
sorry.
that I thought I was going to talk about today, I think that would be not on the list.
You're welcome.
I blame Christian entirely.
Yeah, blame me. It's just a random thought that came up.
It's a really good
Basic biology with Final Fantasy.
to really see the world of the Espers, because you even there's even a little bit where you get to play as her dad, beating that.
Yeah.
That was really cool. I appreciated that.
Yeah, same here.
All right. Does anyone else have anything to add before we move on? Nope.
Nope.
Okay. So, not long after that, the group sort of tries to, they want to get into the Empire's Magitech facility. So they're trying to figure out a plan on how to do that. They realize they need an airship, and then they hear about this guy named Setzer, who has a flair for the dramatic, as we can say. And so he really likes this chick named Maria in the opera, and it turns out that Celeste just so happens to look like Maria, so Locke comes up with this brilliant idea to get Celeste switched with Maria, so real Maria will be safe, whereas Setzer will get Celeste, and then they'll follow her to the airship and convince him to lend him their airship. But in the meantime, though, there's this opera scene, which I think for most of us is one of the best moments of the game. This is when when we start to see Celeste in a different light, because prior to this, she was basically the person that Imperial soldiers were beating the crap out of. We know she had a connection with the Empire, but this is the moment where Celeste starts singing in the opera, and as Jeremy Johns put it, it's like if Solid Snake found out that there was more to life than just war, that, you know, you're not just bred for war, you can do other things, you have your humanity, and this is where Celeste really opens up. This is where you start to really see Celeste in a different light, and I always love that scene. She's playing in an opera, and yet you can still feel the impact and sentimentality of this moment of Celeste just saying like, hey, is there more to life? Can I find something else? Can I reach for something else besides just being a dog of war? And I think that's always something that stuck out to me about the Ghidorah opera.
And it's cool that she keeps denying it the whole way through, right? I mean, the line that sticks in my mind is, I'm a general, not some opera floozy. But, like, she's consistently in denial about how she could be anything else than this gene-bred soldier the entire time, even though everything around her tells her otherwise. Like, but yes, you're totally right. It's the beginning of Celeste beginning to realize she's perhaps something more than she's been all her life.
Well,
one of my favorite moments of that.
On that a little bit. Sorry to cut you off, Bailey. I just wanted to respond to
it's
John
fine.
real quick there. I think the reason that kind of thing is interesting is because it's such... You don't see a lot of existential crisis stuff in games, even today, especially not ones that are marketed as being, okay for children to play. So I think that's interesting because Celeste has built up this identity of herself in her head. And like you say, everything around her is telling her different, but this is the life she's built for herself. This is the life she's lived, and she doesn't know how to respond to the idea that maybe she can be something else, that she can be more than that. At least that's the way I see it. And beyond just being an entertaining musical thing, of course, which it is, and that's fine. But
For sure. I think this gets back to the very first note we had when we started this conversation, right? I mean, for one thing, there's something that really grabs you and just seizes you by the desire for high fantasy and ridiculous stuff. There's this enormous set piece of an opera, and there's an evil octopus trying to shove a 5-ton weight on somebody's head. Like,
4 ton,
that's part
actually.
one. That's why we fell in
4
love with it
times
as
weight.
kids, or whatever it is. But like at the same time, like that's going on, but really the larger scene is this really nuanced character development of someone who is impossibly adult in all the wrong ways and is trying to figure out, her way in the world because of that. And that's just like, it has a little something for kind of every audience imaginable. That's something I never saw when I was much younger, but I'm coming to appreciate it more and more as I look back on the game now.
Now, one of my favorite bits of the Jador opera was the fact that after she says that she's not some opera floozy, she's a general, she immediately runs to the other room and begins to practice for the opera itself. I found that so adorable.
Speaking of like favorite moments from the opera scene, one of mine is like right before you do the actual battle with Ultros, like where he knocks out like the lead actor playing Draco, and like so Locke has to come in, and like they keep talking about how Locke is a terrible actor.
Oh, that was the best.
Oh my god, all of them just acting on the fly. Even
Yeah.
Ultros even got in on the action.
I can't help but feel like I Want to Be Your Canary from Final Fantasy IX was so heavily inspired by that, because they had to do such very similar improvisation, and it was very bad for everyone except for Garnet in that game.
Yeah, well, Final Fantasy IX is full of references.
Yeah.
That's another story if we ever do
Oh,
a
I
Final
know.
Fantasy IX.
Oh, I know. I'm
another-
just drawing the parallel
another game.
because,
Another
Yeah.
game for another time.
Well, yeah, but I think it is interesting to point out that, they, even Square themselves thought this was such a scene worthy of being, parodied in a later work, I guess. I think
Yeah.
that's what they're getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to say.
Yeah. Which I think is great, but... And before we move on, I like what John said there about, when we're kids, we latch on to the funny part of it. The octopus is here for some reason dropping a weight on someone's head, and that's the joke. But now we're here as adults, and we see, the character development side, and we see the adult side of things. I liked the way he put that. I just wanted to point that out.
Final Fantasy VI has a good balance of that, to be honest, of both comedic and seriousness that
It
seems
does.
to one side always seems to go unnoticed while while someone else will notice it. It's like going on a bit of a tangent. Like, I notice people that are like, here are all these funny moments from the game, and then there's like someone that's just like only focuses on the saddest moments.
I think that
I think
part of that might have to
sorry.
do with what speaks to us as individuals. Like, some people, again, this is a little bit of a tangent, so I won't spend too long on it, but I think, like, some people will see this game as, oh, it's just a fun little RPG to kill some time with and have a good time. Oh, haha, the octopus, haha, funny. But then other people will be like, we are here and see this as a piece of art and see the story that's being told and the themes being expressed, and that's what's going to latch on to us now. And I'm not saying one's right, I'm not saying one's wrong. I think that's why you see people have such diametrically opposed viewpoints on the exact same piece of work. just because they're looking at it from a different side. You know, they're seeing a 6 and we're seeing a 9.
Yeah.
God, I think that's exactly right. That's really quite well said. And Final Fantasy VI particularly does this, like, bizarre magic trick of having an enormous cast, but, like, investing a lot of development into each of the characters in it, such that, you know, you can come to this game with any number of different kinds of backgrounds and find someone in it that speaks to you in some way that is really on quite a different level than you might be used to in a game. That's no small narrative feat that they've done here, and I think that's something that really makes it special.
It's also amazing that they did that with this many characters. You know, a playable cast of 14 is pretty remarkable for a traditional RPG. You know, a game that usually has like 4 or 5 or 6, maybe, having 14.
And to have each character be memorable and have their own arcs and have their own personalities that you still appreciate, that really is an accomplishment.
Not to
in
mention
itself.
the villainous cast and all of the NPCs. I guess this is as good a time as ever. I wanted to bring up real quick about how the NPCs, like, a lot of them have names and you do remember them and you do care about them, and that's something I think a lot of games in general kind of miss out on. Not because they're being lazy or because they're not written competently, but I think Final Fantasy VI does that, like with Cyan's family, for example, his wife and his son. Like, you feel his pain at losing them, and their images stick out in your mind as a viewer. I guess I should have brought this up earlier, but like that's what I mean. Or Baron, the leader of the Returners, guy, like, he's barely with you, but you know his name. He sticks with you. I think juggling all of these characters and making them matter is something really special.
Yeah. And on that note, there's something that and you know, as you said, it's not that it's due to poor writing or whatever. It's just a lot of games and a lot of story writers don't really necessarily know how to do that properly. But Final Fantasy VI managed to have a truly living and breathing world.
It does. It really does, and it's very special. I think that's one of the reasons it's special to me. I'm sure everybody here would say that. It's that you can look back on it and you can talk about so much more than just the party members. Like, yeah, we can talk about, oh, yeah, you know, I love using Cyan because he's fun to play as, and I loved the part where, you know, his family died, and that was really memorable to me. Or you can talk about, oh, well, Terra's really fun to play with, I like her, blah, blah, blah. But then you also have people talk about their families, their friends, the NPCs, the people that are on screen for maybe 5 minutes tops in a 40-hour game. And just, I think it says a lot about what Final Fantasy VI wants to do, not just how well it does it. I guess that's what I'm getting at. We can move on now. Sorry, I just wanted to...
No, this was actually really well done. I'm glad you shared that. Does anyone else have anything to add before John moves on with Beast Summit? Okay. John, you're up.
Oh boy. So the next point I wanted to discuss is a good entire act of the game after the opera at Yadur. We've been summarizing the plot up till now, so I'm going to do my best to do this very, very quickly. So after the opera, they end up hijacking the Blackjack, which is an airship. It takes them to the Empire, where they stage a siege on Vector to try to figure out what's going on with the Espers in the Magitech research facility. They bail out, they shut down the Magitech research facility, get out of town, and shoot back over to Zozo, where Terra wakes up, kind of comes to terms. Well, comes to terms isn't necessarily the right term, but Terra kind of at least acknowledges her half-Esper heritage. There is a brief flashback into Terra's birth, where, as we said, you get to play as Maduin in the world of the Espers. There is the charge on the sealed gate where they attempt to open up back to establish a connection with the Espers again. The Espers are thrown out into the world, violently savage the lands of the Empire, and Vector specifically. And then, at the end of all of that, Emperor Geshtal reaches out to the returners and says, "Look, I've had enough of this. Having seen the destruction waged by all the Espers, I would like to make peace." And he invites pretty much your team over to conduct a peace summit at the Imperial capital. That is the moment that I want to talk about. So, kind of the mechanical setup for this moment is that you're brought in to speak to the Emperor, and before you have your kind of dinner with him, you're told that he wants you to kind of go around, visit all the soldiers in the castle, and talk to all the Imperial citizenry to introduce yourself. So you get to see Kefka in a jail cell at that point. You get to see numbers and numbers and numbers and numbers of different soldiers, and you talk to them. Some of them want to fight you. Some of them are really glad that there's going to be peace. Some of them can't really care one way or another. There's like dozens of people to talk to in that little segment, and there are dozens of different opinions on what peace means to different people, and what the war so far what kind of significance the war so far has had for them. And then after all of that, there is a banquet at which the Emperor asks you a few questions about how to deal with current events moving forward, and at the end of all that, you're essentially given a grade on how many people you talked to and what answers you gave the Emperor, and you get a little bit of a reward if you do it right. Mechanically, that's the setup. What I think is the most important part of all of this is that part where you're timed and you're going around talking to all the soldiers and seeing what they have to say. The just sheer variety of reactions that they have to the end of war, the prospect of peace, the idea that the returners are walking around among them. Some of them want to punch you in the face, and some of them want to say, "Oh, thank God, peace is here. Thank you, thank you." That part of the game, as we were saying before, Final Fantasy VI is very good with making NPCs feel human. None of these guys are named. All these guys are just kind of run-of-the-mill soldiers, third parties without a name between them. But seeing all of their reactions reminds you there is this huge cast of humanity operating under this sort of high level that you've come to associate with the Emperor, right? With the Empire right now, right? You've seen Kefka being nuts, you've seen General Leo trying to have principle, you've seen Geshtal trying to make ridiculous power plays, and up until that point, like, the Imperial soldiers have been a bunch of dudes in brown helmets. You can't really see their faces, they just kind of fight you. But, like, in this point, you realize that there's this whole humanity to all of them, to the entire, like, nation of the Empire sitting beneath the structure that you've been interacting with the whole time long. That just really, at least in my later playthroughs after I was a kid, really just opened my eyes to the fact that it's trying to tell you a little bit of something about the sort of human cost and human involvement that so far, you've only been a part of in this war. Of course, it's revealed not much later in the narrative that the whole thing is a sham, and the Emperor really just wants to manipulate you into tracking down the Espers so that he can just put the strong arm on them. He has no intention of peace. And that, I think, that development really just drives the knife deeper, because there's such a range of human emotion that overrides this scene. Most of these people just want to see an end to fighting and want to see peace, just want to see people get along once again. And the fact that the Emperor is playing absolutely every one of them just for his own little games of power and expansionism is a really nice little dig against him that makes you just hate him all the more. That's why I love that scene.
That kind of leads into, like, where
Funny enough, I recently played this as well, and I went online, looked up how to get the best grade, so I'm like, yay, I got all these other places returned, and it really does a good job of getting you to think that the Emperor really has just turned a new leaf, and you're like, oh, cool, like the war's over. You don't really see that, especially for this point in the game. Like, we're nearing the halfway point, and the Emperor's like, well, by the way, you can have all your stuff back. What we did was wrong. And then, only to learn later that, nope, Castor was just playing you. Ugh.
It was all part of his master plan.
Speaking of that dinner scene where if you rack up enough points, you unlock stuff. I actually did that every time I've played that. I've done that perfectly without a guide. Like, got the armory, got everything liberated, all of that.
Odd flex, but okay.
The odd flex, yeah. Yeah, it's just pretty cool that it all depends on that part actually depends on how you actually play the game. It's it gives the player choice. Something that even most games that say players have choices don't really give. If I'm trying to word myself, but you guys should know by now that I always have problems with that.
Oh no, I understand what you're saying. I was gonna interject a little bit on that. The way John worded that about, it sets up the Empire's citizens to be human. That's another thing I really appreciate about this game, because, we've all seen the evil Empire shtick 1,000 times over. That's nothing new.
Yeah.
But one thing that a lot of media, a lot of stories that use that idea, I don't want to say fail at, because a lot of those stories are still really good too, in my opinion, but I think one of the things that they do is they go out of their way to dehumanize the Empire and their citizens and their soldiers. Look at how Star Wars, they all have these super heavy masks and armor on. You can't they're not, you can't tell there's a human in there just by looking at it, and it makes it easy for the viewer and the protagonists in the stories to dehumanize their enemy. Just say, oh well, they're the bad guy, they don't matter, I gotta shoot him in the face. But here, Final Fantasy VI decides to remind you that there is a face under that mask, that there are people who aren't in power and who wouldn't have wished for this if they were in power. And I think I guess that's what I'm getting at here. It says a lot that this game cared.
These soldiers aren't just mindless drones.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
have lives of their own. They have families.
And
They're another part of this world just as much as your main protagonists are.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Thank you. Sometimes I stumble over my own tongue. A lot of other stories, it's an intentional choice in those other stories, so I'm not knocking it there, but I think it's interesting that Final Fantasy VI deliberately did the opposite thing and wanted you to understand that, yes, they're people just like you. They are just like Locke or Sabin or Celeste. They matter to somebody out there, and they probably have a name, even if you'll never know what it is. They have family, they have friends, and it's easy to forget that when you engross yourself in games like this, I think. I just think that's really special. I'm glad John brought it up.
The only other point that occurs to me before we leave this topic behind is the approach that the Empire makes you take to the situation. It's kind of, situation's all, staged more or less by Gestalt, but the Empire sort of leadership, says, while you're waiting for the banquet to be prepared, why don't you go around and talk to as many soldiers as you can? And of course, that's what leads you into this whole, human connection with all of them. But the attitude the Empire takes is, yeah, you can get it all done in 5 minutes. And so the whole thing, this which should be an extended period of you talking to all these people and getting to know them and trying to come to terms with some of them, just becomes this rush. If you want the best grade, you're going to have to put on your sprint shoes, run around, fast forward through all the dialogue, run, talk to someone else, run, fight, run, talk to someone else, and it's kind of very difficult to pack like everything you need to do within the couple of minutes you have to do it. And when you sometime in around the second time I played through Final Fantasy VI, I was like, well, that's pretty silly. I mean, why would they do that if this is all about showing you how human these people are? But then I realized it's not the game making you do that. It's the Empire making you do that. If you look at the Empire's leadership, they're showing you exactly how much they value the human lives under their control. They're just people you can go and talk to for 5 minutes. Yeah, you can get it all done in that time, right? They don't matter.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about that before.
Yeah, I never really thought about it that way either, huh?
Yeah, neither have I actually, and that's kind of interesting because that's usually something I kind of pick up on, but that one just totally escaped me.
10 years later, I'm still learning things about this game.
What's even funnier too is that even after you have the whole peace talk and they can give you stuff back, there's still most of the cast just does not trust Emperor Gaston, and it turns out they were right. Like, after Kefka kills Leo, even, like, Edgar tells him, hey, I flirted with this lady and she managed to blab out their whole crooked plan. That's how we got out of here. That part just recently stuck out to me.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
Womanizing saved lives.
God bless Edgar.
Edgar's a true man, you know? Like, he's got in D&D terms, he's got a 20 charisma, minimum. Just saying.
Depends on with who, but yes.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough.
Alright.
So,
I think we should move on.
alright, Christian, you're up next.
Okay, so pretty much as John said, a good bit of the beginning that I wanted to talk about with pretty much the end of the world of balance. How I feel what I mean when I was putting that on the document, I was thinking about starting with the death of General Leo, who was the one general that truly wanted peace out of the three that were still loyal to the Empire. Those being Kefka and Gestalt. And it's just you see his, so with that you start with his, him being betrayed by, Magitech soldiers all around the village of Thamasa, and then you get to his death. Him being killed by, the Empire that he dedicated his life to, because, well, they were greedy assholes. Gestalt turned out to be a greedy asshole, and everything turned out to be a sham, again, like John said. But with that, also, in the village of Thamasa, in a cave near there, you, backtracking a little bit, in this cave, you see these three statues called the Warring Triad. With that, I'm trying to remember everything about that real quick, because I just completed the game again, as I said before this podcast. Sorry, don't mean to ramble. But yeah. With that, Kefka takes the, Warring Triad statues and creates the floating continent. And there, so after you, go through Thamasa, Leo's death and all that, you get onto the Blackjack, and you fly towards the floating continent, where Magitech soldiers are attacking you on your way to said floating continent. And, so you go through, this pretty interesting sequence, in my opinion, where, the battles aren't random, unlike most places in the game. It's you're just really just walking around until a ship comes up to you and initiates the battle. And this keeps going on until, well, funny enough, our favorite octopus appears. Ultros.
Ultros!
Ultros.
Ultros,
Don't tease the
hi.
octopus kids.
Oh,
Soup's not on the menu,
Yeah, that's
boys.
NSFW. Don't look.
But yeah, this time around, he also brings another friend, Mr. Typhon, who blows you out of your ship and, like, onto the floating continent. I might be remembering stuff wrong because, again, even though I played the game recently, some of the stuff gets a little bit fuzzy when you play it so quickly. And, like, so yeah, with that, you also meet, Shadow again, who has also felt betrayed by the Empire and joins you to go and face off with them, face off Kefka and all of them near the Warring Triad. But one of the things that also interests me is that, like, right before you meet Kefka and Gestalt, you're met with Ultima Weapon, who is like this ancient beast that's been there for like God knows how long. That's actually, do they ever like real quick? Does anyone know if they ever explain Ultima Weapon at all? Because I can't find anything about that.
I'm not sure
I
actually.
don't remember. I feel
Not
like
this game.
like there is something that I just am forgetting or have missed. You know what?
There's a guy in a town that tells you about both. In my time, they were called Atmo weapons, but not Ultima weapons. But you get the picture. But there's like a guy in some town that says, you know, they were both created during the War of the Magi, and one is a sword and one is a beast, right?
Right. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Was that guy? Because I knew there was somewhere talked about it, but I just forgot where. And sometimes it's like stuff is misremembered by me. But yeah, so like, but anyway, after you defeat the Ultima Weapon, you go up and you meet with Kefka and Gestalt, and with that, Kefka, and Gestalt offer Celis, of all people, a position of power if she decides to betray them. Which, you know how Celis responds? She decides to stab Kefka with a frickin' sword.
Woohoo! Go Celeste!
Hashtag best girl.
Yeah, hashtag best girl, but yeah.
Terra.
But you know, that kind of creates a result that isn't the most favorable. Kefka decides, you know what, screw it. I'm going to start moving around these statues that if they're out of balance, the world is basically going to get destroyed. Which, well, that's what happens. So, and I know that I'm just doing like a footnotes version of this, but like after the world is destroyed, or, well, actually, first you get like this whole like 25-minute, actually, not 25-minute, it felt like 25 minutes to me, but that's because I ended up getting a game over and stuff because of random encounters. But anyway, after that, you get like this little escape sequence where you have to rush off the floating continent onto your airship. And, but here's where I always found it interesting, because a lot of first-time players don't really get this, is that, like, because Shadow stays behind after the battle with, Ultima Weapon and Kefka pushing the statues away. And, you know, when I was younger, I actually just went immediately onto the airship. And, like, this is a great thing about Final Fantasy VI, is that there's a lot of hidden stuff. Like, for example, if you wait until, like, the very last, like, minutes for to jump onto the airship, Shadow will appear and get on with you. But anyway, so after that, you get on, and pretty much like the imbalance created by the Warring Triad statues causes pretty much the airship, the Blackjack, to be destroyed, and everyone to get separated. And so with that, the screen turns to black, and well, we're greeted with 1 year later, where we awaken to, where, like, Celis awakens to, Cid at her bedside. And, Sorry, I had to take a breath there for a second. Well, Sid has been watching over her for the whole entire year, but at the same time has been very sick. So you kind of have to do this mini game, which is the hardest mini game of all time. Let's just say this: it's the hardest mini game of all time, where like you have to go grab him a fish, go bring it to him in bed, grab him another fish, and bring it to him in the bed with 2 different results. And the most common result you get is the saddest one. The one where, after all of your efforts, Sid is in the bed, dead. And I did not mean to make that rhyme.
Oh, are we already talking about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, it interlinks. As I said, as I said earlier, they kind of interlink with each other. Yeah.
So I thought that was supposed to be something John and Alessia were going to talk about.
Yeah.
As
Yeah,
I
let's-
said,
Let's go.
yeah.
Alright. Alright, so, you want to kick this off, or should I?
Take it away if you'd like.
Alright, so, this scene where Sid dies is an entirely optional outcome, but the game leans towards it a little bit to try and kind of, in a way, influence you towards getting this ending, because I personally see the result of this as probably the biggest part of Celeste's character arc. She's awoken from a coma, she's learned that everyone living on the island had committed suicide because they just couldn't take it anymore, and now she's completely alone. She thinks everyone she's ever known or loved is dead, and she doesn't know what to do with herself. So she climbs to the highest peak that she can, overlooking the ocean, and her theme song starts to play. It's probably the most memorable time in game for her theme song to play, because it's ow, my ears. Because it's like a remix of the song that she sings at the Jador Opera, which was the song that correlated with the beginning of her character arc coming to fruition. But did you want to add anything quick? Because I still have more to say, but I don't want to drown you out.
Oh no, that's quite all right.
No?
It's an incredible. I'll just say it's an incredible moment for a game, in any era to cover something like this. Something like the concept of her just being driven to the point of suicide. It's not something games today would do. It's not something games at the time even, tried to represent that often. Which is part of the reason why it just is so stark and sudden in my mind, this moment. Anyway, please continue.
Okay, alright. So, the reason I think that it's so incredible that her theme song, of all songs, it's an obvious choice to play during the scene, but the reason I think it's such an amazing pick is, as I said, it's not only a remix of the song that she sings at the opera, but the lyrics from the actual song, I think, in a way represent how lonely and broken she's feeling after realizing that she's possibly so alone, that everyone she's, as I said, everyone she's known or come to love at Locke is gone. As she's standing on the cliff, she says, "Everyone's gone, even Locke, who promised to watch over me." And the lyric to the opera just really reflect that sense of loneliness in her. That everything just feels so far away. And as this song is playing, she leaps into the ocean. She takes the leap of faith, hoping to end it all because she doesn't know if she will ever get back what she lost.
And visually, like everything about that scene is meant to recall the opera. You're supposed to make that connection just so immediately, because even the way that the cliff is structured in the original game looks exactly like the balcony scene was structured in the opera. When she throws her bouquet of roses over the balcony in the opera, for the memory of Draco, it's just an incredible parallel to when she throws her body over the cliff into the ocean. Just so powerful.
And even the opening part for the opera's lyrics, though, like from the SNES version, because I think the translation fits a little better. Oh, my hero, so far away now, will I ever see your smile? Love goes away like night into day, it's just a fading dream. She leaps off the cliff because she thinks she'll never see them again, but after she wakes up from being unconscious on the shore, what's the first thing she sees, John?
Locke's bandana in the beak of the seagull.
Yep. And that's the one thing that ends up giving her hope to carry on. And I think that's just so incredible.
And this is the moment, we can talk about this when we get to Celes a little bit later, but this is kind of a moment where she's finally willing to admit to herself that she's not all alone, and that is not necessarily the identity she has to be. And of course, it's only at the moment when she thinks she is entirely alone that she realizes that, maybe she wanted more out of life than just to be a solitary soldier for the rest of eternity. But it's that moment when she sees Locke's bandana that she really begins to conceive of a future. It's so powerful. It's amazing that a game can do something like that.
Also, there's one little thing that, speaking of like Celeste's suicide attempt, that kind of is minor, but you can see kind of pushes her more towards it. Like when she's going up that like cliff, you see that like out. I forgot. The mic might have cut out for a second when you guys were talking about it, but there's also a dead bird you see right before Celeste makes her attempt, which is again with dead. That's just another dead thing she sees in this seemingly dead world. Like, to put it poetically.
It's just pushing her further to the edge, making the world just seem dead.
Yes.
It's just another subtle reminder that there's not really a reason to carry on.
The same even holds true if you try to walk outside onto the world map, right? I mean, not only is she confined to this tiny little island, but if she encounters any monsters there, they all have one hit point and they all sicken and die immediately. It's little touches like that. They're just driving it home.
Wait, that's
that little detail is just gives me shivers. Even talking.
I never knew that.
I didn't either. Holy crap.
And then you try to get their rages later on, and it is so hard. But anyway.
Does anyone else have anything to add before John moves on? Alright, John?
Alright, let's take it a little bit more upbeat. So, that is the beginning of... I've mentioned this often enough so far, right? So I conceive of Final Fantasy VI having a 5-act sort of Shakespearean structure. There are 3 kind of acts of building, ending in a climax, and then they come down to 2 sort of acts of falling action towards the denouement. So, where we're at when Celes awakens in the world of Ruin is immediately after the 3rd act, climax immediately at the beginning of the 4th act. The 4th act is really foreshortened. It's a very kind of, compared to the regular pacing and all the huge plot events going on in the first 3 acts, the 4th act is really just about Celes finding a handful of her old friends, getting the team back together. So she finds Sabin holding up a house, she finds Edgar trying to break into his old castle by posing as somebody else, and she finds Setzer drowning his sorrows at the bar, who they convince to go into Setzer's lover's tomb to liberate the airship Falcon. And when the Falcon rises out of the sea, that's the end of the 4th act and the opening of the 5th act. And the 5th act is huge. The 5th act is gigantic. Compared to the 4th act, it's this tiny little thing before this enormous open-ended 5th act. And in that 5th act, absolutely everything you've seen about the game's structure so far totally changes. Everything was on rails up until this point, right? On the first 3 acts, you had a sequence of events. You went to a certain place, did something, went to the next place, did something, and so on and so on. As soon as the 5th act hits, you could, if you wanted, go straight to Kefka's Tower, airdrop your, 4 characters. You don't even have to have 4 characters, by then 3 characters.
Amigo party.
Right, and you can airdrop them into Kefka's Tower and attempt to fight to the end of the game. That could be it, right there. The 5th act could be 10 minutes long. Or you could go all over the world where there are whole bunches of adventures to be had, events to look into, all the old party members are there to recover, as well as a couple of new ones, and there's just so much to do. That is the way in which they kind of turn the regimented sort of approach to the world of balance into this sort of playground. The world of Ruin looks really, dark and oppressive, but from a gameplay standpoint, it's just wide open, waiting for you to explore wherever you want to do and check out whatever you want to check out, and there's probably hidden adventures waiting around just about every corner. What I think this does, I'm gonna show my hand a little bit and tell you what I think Final Fantasy VI is about. I conceive of each Final Fantasy as being about the nature of some big, important concept in the human condition. Final Fantasy VI, I think, is the Final Fantasy about hope. And what I think the openness of this 5th act does, among many other really neat things in gameplay-wise, thematically what it does, I think, is it really drives home the message of hope and potential, even in a world that at first seems unforgiving, where the creatures are dying of their own sickness, and where you seem trapped, and where Celes is seems to be losing everybody that cares for her. Even at where that is the starting point, the 5th act just opens things so wide up and asks you, go, do things, make the world a little bit better, find whatever purpose you can in this huge world, and if you look for it, you're going to find it over and over and over and over again. There are all these adventures to be had. So I think that little pivot from this short 4th act to this as enormous as you want it to be 5th act is really instrumental in evincing that theme of hope, and that there is still a lot left for this world to do, even now.
If I can jump in on that a little bit, I love what you're saying there, and I agree. And I think another way the game shows this is not just with how it opens up, but maybe this is just my perspective, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but an interesting thing about the fact you can go to Kefka's Tower straight away is, at least as far as Square Enix themselves says, I'm sure this statement will ruffle some feathers, you don't have to take Terra, and as far as the people who made this game say, she is the main character. You can go beat the game without her in your party. And I guess you can pick and choose who you get back at all. You don't have to get back Terra, you don't have to get back... Who even do you only have to have? You only have to have Celes. I think you have to have Sabin. And I'm drawing a blank. I know it's only 3 people, and now I'm completely drawing a blank on which 3 people it is.
I think you can actually skip Sabin, right? You have to get Celes and Edgar and Setzer, but then...
Sabin,
That's Edgar, not Sabin, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah, Sabin's completely optional, because in the tower, there's an optional scene where Sabin can save Edgar from something falling on him, but if Sabin is not there, then it's other people who do it instead.
That's right.
And then Edgar will make a remark saying that if only they had Sabin's strength with them.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's 3 out of, in case anybody forgot, 14 people. Only 3 are required. That's not even a full party. And one of those people you're missing is the main character, at least as far as the people who made it say. People will fight over whether it's Terra or Celes, or if there is one at all. We'll get to that later. But
Speaking of that whole like not even having to get the main character back thing, that kind of like going to another game that does that same thing. It kind of reminds me of Chrono Trigger, where you don't even have to get Chrono.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Well, we'll talk about that when we talk about Chrono Trigger, but that's a good parallel. But
Yeah.
I guess the point I'm getting at here is I think what John is saying about how the game opens up the most when it's at its most oppressive feeling story moment, and the fact that so much of that world and so many of the important people to you are completely optional. I think what that's trying to say is that the world and these people are as significant or as insignificant to you as you feel they are. It's more about your perspective and your feelings for other people and for the world you live in than some objective truth. That's what I take away from that.
Going on something John said about Kefka kind of makes a speech at the end of the game about building a monument to non-existence and how nihilistic he is. And how do our heroes respond? It's just, no, there is hope. I have a reason to fight. There's a reason to live. So yeah, that's. And going back to that theme of hope, it's that there's always a reason to live, and there's always something to be hopeful for. And even when something dark and depressing has happened, you still have a reason to go on.
Oh yeah, and that's especially present when it's in actually a lot of the characters' personal arcs, where a lot of them have something that they're trying to fight, some darkness that they're trying to move past, and the only thing that keeps a lot of them going at certain points is hope.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and the whole structure of the story is centered around that, because we'll talk about this a little bit later. But the whole arc of the game is that the heroes try for the first 3 acts of the game to win, and at the enormous climax of the piece, they lose horribly, and the world is plunged into disaster. Like, that's the ground we're starting from. It says a lot about Final Fantasy VI that there is a story after that to be told.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it also says a lot just from the game itself, that they were willing to make you lose. Because, a lot of people have this idea that in modern gaming, developers are afraid to let the player fail. But Final Fantasy VI not only wasn't afraid to let you fail just playing the game, but story-wise, you did fail. No matter what you do, no matter how hard you as a player try, the characters in this world fail. And that hurts.
Yeah.
Since we're already on this topic, there's a question we were supposed to go later that we can talk about now, which is, how Final Fantasy VI and that mid-game climax, the heroes lose horribly, and I guess how this makes the game more or less compelling in our view. We're already talking about it, so I'm kind of going to incorporate the question here, if everyone's okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Alright.
And talking about the question, it reminds me of another Super Nintendo RPG I'm famous for loving, where it does the same thing, where the heroes lose horribly. I'm talking about Holy War, and
I'm so glad you caught that, Grant.
Yeah.
I knew this was going to come up.
And yeah, just like Holy War, I love the fact that Final Fantasy VI went there. I think it helps us distinguish Final Fantasy VI, not just from the other Final Fantasies based on what I've been told, but just from other video games in general. It puts it on a pedestal. It instantly raises Kefka to one of the most iconic video game villains ever, and it makes the story of Final Fantasy VI that much stronger by comparison.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. In a lot of games, especially RPGs, I found a common pattern where, again, the game devs are afraid to let people fail. because they don't either, what for whatever reason, like maybe they don't want them to put down the game, or they don't want them to, whatever the reason is. A lot of the time when a story hits its climax, something big is happening, something awesome's happening, something's going in favor for the players or for the characters in the game, and they're finally making progress towards something. But in this case, the climax is where everything crumbles. And that really sets it apart.
And I mean, even today, it's unexpected, right? You fight. It looks for all the world like the game is ending at the end of the floating con. You fight the Atma weapon, which is this enormous legendary beast that you've only heard hinted at before, and you're like, oh, okay, that's out of the way. It looks like we're heading towards climactic fight. And then Kefka just turns the tables and starts trying to send the world into ruin. But it's such an unusual step. But yet the only other game I can think of that does the same thing is Genealogy of the Holy War. It's the unusual gaming trend of mid-90s Super Nintendo RPGs, I guess. But like even games that err on, we have a tendency in modern storytelling to err on the side of gritty and real games and things that are like really dark, and whatever you tend to think about that in that trend in modern storytelling. Even in stories told like that, it's not really usually the case that the story is structured around what seems to be this parade towards an inevitable win, where the heroes just suddenly lose everything. Like this, it's such an unusual statement for a game to make that I think it's, and as I said before, I think the purpose of it is to clue you into the fact that there is a whole game to be played after that, and that is kind of what is of significance, and that's what you need to think about.
Oh yeah, it's not even that. Not even only that. It's also the fact that our characters in this game, they're more or less just human. They're not perfect. They're not going to win all the time. And I think that's a point that the game does a good job in driving home, is that no matter how great you are, no matter how many things you think you're doing right, there is always the chance that things can turn against you, that you can end up failing. And I think it does such a great job at showcasing that idea.
I'm really glad that we brought up the Holy War comparison, because both of those games do kind of the same thing, and I think it's very artistic. I say this a lot, but I really appreciate when a game uses what the gameplay, the interactive aspect, what the player is doing to enhance the story, the written words that are on the screen that the player's reading. And Final Fantasy VI, like y'all said, it does that. It looks like the floating continent is going to be the final area of the game. That confrontation by the Warring Triad is going to be it. The ultimate weapon looks like the last thing standing between you and the final boss, but it's not. And it's just, I really like that it builds up this whole almost triumphant sort of feeling. And like, we're going back to what we said earlier about Celeste, where she goes up and stabs Kefka.
Yep.
Like, it very much gives an impression like, yeah, this is it, we're a bunch of badasses, we're the heroes, we're gonna win, because that's what heroes do. Heroes win. And then it all quite literally comes crashing down. It hits hard, and I really like that the game itself sets it up that way. I could gush about that all day, so I'm just going to stop myself right there. I love it. It's beautiful.
It really is something that I wish more games were a bit more willing to do.
Yeah, I absolutely adore how it just builds up. It's building up to like the heroes win, and then see it all come crashing down. Like to see all the characters in the world of ruin, to see all their morale just gone. Their will to fight is just not there. It's not as it was seeing all of that is just, it makes me want to see how the game will go on from that. Like, how do you even continue when when most of your party is just demoralized? They don't want to fight. One of them tried to straight up kill themselves. It's just, it makes me wonder where the story goes from there, and that's what really hooked me.
Totally, and I think that's exactly the narrative move it wants you to take, right? It wants you to be like, oh, that's the end of everything. Well, what can happen now? And really, the entire message of the game is about what can happen now.
Yeah, kind of semi, because something that Nat brought up is that like all of your cast is pretty much human. With the openness of World of Ruin, you get like the 3 optional characters. It seems like the hidden characters like Mog, Umaro, and debatably Gogo. They're not human, actually, thinking about it, but you get them after the World of Ruin. Like just a random thought that I just had about that. Like,
What even is
I mean, you
Go-Go?
could get Mog before. I mean,
Yeah.
you could get Mog
Go-Go.
before the Ruin, but
Go-Go's a go-go.
yeah,
Go-Go's
Gogo's
a go-go.
yeah, Gogo's
Go go Power Rangers!
Wake me up before you go-go.
Alright. Okay.
I just kind of found that interesting that, like, before the World of Ruin, all of your cast was pretty much simply human. Like, going back to, like, talking about the whole Espers, like, going back to the whole, like, thing about how humans didn't even have magic, like, before the game gives you Espers and all that. But, like, going back to that, again, they were all just human, but now with World of Ruin, you got, like, these weird creatures, like a Moogle.
Hey,
Got this
you call Moogles weird. I should
Well-
kick you from this call.
No, you. But anyway.
Oh.
Then you've got this random Yeti that only listens to the Moogle, and all he does is just hit stuff really hard.
Pretty
That's-
much.
That's his entire character.
Yeah.
But-
But that's just. Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, but yeah, that's just like that's just like the weirdest thing that I just now realized while talking about it on this podcast was the whole fact that you don't really get non-human characters in this game till after the World of Ruin. Yeah.
Well, it looks like a good time to move on. Christian, you've got one more plot point left.
Oh yeah. So yeah, with this this also ties into the openness of the World of Ruin. So one of the first things that you see after the World of Ruin, funny enough, is like pretty much one of the closest towns you go to is the town of Miranda, where before the World of Ruin you had this side quest where that you could actually use the Falcon to do, where you went back and forth in Miranda to Mobley's, where like you had this injured soldier in Mobley's sending letters to his girlfriend in Miranda. But you see, in the World of Ruin, Mobley's is completely destroyed, aside from a whole bunch of kids that Tara's taking care of. But you see, the girlfriend in Miranda, she's still getting letters, though the letters are written very differently than how he used to write them. But that's because, as it turns out, like, it's Cyan that's writing these letters. And pretty much I'm talking about, like, when you get Cyan back, you go to Mount Zozo, where, so you're following this bird, like, after the first letter is sent, and it goes towards the village of Zozo, which is, like, this haven of criminals and all that. And, once you climb up Mount Zozo, you meet Cyan, who turns out to have been writing all of these letters for this girl, because, much like him, he doesn't want this girl to let go of the past. to still, and for himself, because he's not over. Because again, like his family is dead, and she's lost everyone that she's ever loved, like in the form of her boyfriend. But with that, like, but Cyan is still trying to keep. Sorry, tongue-tied right here. My bad. But yeah, so Cyan writing these letters is kind of an interesting thing of not being able to let go of the past. And he kind of still doesn't, even after he joins you from that point. Like, it was a short... Yeah. That's pretty much all I have to say right there for right now.
Alright.
Alright.
Yeah.
But I think that moment kind of ties more into Cyan's character, actually. Sorry, no, I just said I was done, but it kind of ties into whole Cyan's, like, unwillingness of his character, which is something that I know that we have our own, like, that we can get to later when we're talking about the characters.
That's fine. Does anyone else have anything to add before we move on?
No.
Alright, so next question. There have been several official translations of the game over time. In which translation did you play Final Fantasy VI, or have you played multiple translations? How would you say that affected your experience of the game? I'll be right back, guys. Go ahead and start.
I guess I'll start. So I know for me and Bailey, we both played the Game Boy Advance version.
Me too.
Oh, you too. Well, the Game Boy Advance version is the only one I've fully played, but I have seen bits and pieces of the Super Nintendo translation and the later Steam and mobile phone port translation, which is more or less, it's based on the Game Boy Advance one, but there are a few differences. But I think, for me, the Game Boy Advance translation and version of the game is the best version, in my opinion. It carries both the humorous moments that are there a little better, and the serious moments aren't marred by, like, character, like, letter limitations or incorrect just translating from Japanese to English, because those translating between those two languages is very hard to be precise sometimes because of the way the two different alphabets work. And I just think playing the Game Boy Advance version as a whole package, I like its translation better, I like its presentation a little bit better. But that's just me. I think presentation-wise, the Steam version is the worst of it, but it's still FF6. So.
Yeah. I agree. I think the GBA translation is probably the best. It's the only one I've played all the way through. And while I think it has the most crisp translation and the, probably the closest to the Japanese version, I'm kind of sad that I didn't play more of the SNES one just because of the really silly translation jokes, like Terra screaming about how she thought Sabin was a bodybuilder getting lost on his way to the gym. While the GBA one, I think she just called him a bear or whatever.
Yeah, she does.
I thought you were going to Marcus's Bears.
See, that's what I'm
That's what
getting
she
at.
says.
Is I think
Yeah.
the writing in the Game Boy Advance version carries a little better. I wish I remembered how it went in the SNES version, because I'm pretty sure it's different. But in the GBA version, one of my favorite little gag lines is when you're introduced to Kefka and he's walking through the desert towards Figaro, and he stops and then he's just like, "Ahem! There's sand on my boots," and like this, he makes the soldier like bend over and wipe sand off the top of his boot.
That's in every
like-
version of the game.
That's in the
Yeah.
original.
Is it
Yeah,
the
that's in
exact
every
same? I
version.
thought it was different. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought
I
it was
love that-
different in this
yeah.
version.
I love that scene,
Either way-
though, because it doesn't even matter,
Yeah.
because you're just going to keep walking and get more sand on it anyway.
Yeah.
But, whatever.
And I love how the soldiers in that scene are just like, they rush. They're scared of Kefka. They just want to get it done fast.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
thought
think
it was
that really
different in
speaks
the SNES
volumes
version.
about Kefka, though. Yeah,
No, it's not.
unfortunately.
I don't know why.
I'm hearing an outpouring of love for the GBA version, so we're just going to have to agree to disagree on this. I'm with the Ted Woolsey original translation all the way. I'm somewhat of a Philistine because I haven't actually played the whole thing through in any other translation, but I've seen some shots of some of the choices, and for me, at least, it adds a certain character to Final Fantasy VI that I can't imagine it not having if it were more maybe precise sort of localization. I think I'd heard that Ted Woolsey was apparently producing this translation on a super foreshortened schedule. He had something like weeks to get the entire thing from Japanese into at least his first cut in English, and of course he's confronting all of the usual hurdles of enormous weirdness in translation that it involves from taking an Eastern language into English. And so, there are a number of things that he just totally misses, like Biggs and Wedge. He totally botches the Star Wars reference, and he calls him Vix instead. So, we go from Star Wars to NyQuil and
do you know the
Vapor
reason
Rub.
for that? I like doing the language and etymology thing, but do you know why that mistake was made?
I believe the B and the V are like the same sound in Japanese, right?
At the time, yes, they were. Nowadays, Japanese has its own V letters, but in the 90s they didn't. So they use
Interesting.
their B to represent an English V, and there are a few other crossovers like that. It's this. If you've ever heard of the L and the R thing, if you ever heard the stereotype that Asians can't pronounce L's properly, that's where that comes from. Is because they don't have an L. But same thing. They didn't used to have a V either. I just love pointing stuff out like that. Carry on.
Oh no, that's a great little point. But that's the sort of easy sort of like translation hurdle that, if you don't have a lot of time to be exposed with the script and really think about it, you're going to miss stuff like that. And he did, because he didn't have a lot of time with the script. But some of the tricks he pulled are absolute genius. The two leads, such that there are any leads in Final Fantasy VI, but the two leads were named Tina and Karis in the original, probably, something like that. Tina, I believe, because that sounded exotic to Japanese ears, or so I hear from the internet. And Ted Woolsey took a look at this and he said, well, that sounds pretty mundane and prosaic to American ears, so he turned them into Terra and Celis, which, starts with two names that are meant to sound unusual to Japanese ears, but sound kind of weird to American ones, and turned them into a reference to the Earth and the sky. And I think that adds so much into just our perceptions of their characters and the roles they play in the story. And there's a lot of little stuff he does with that the whole time through. But even the wonkier moments of the Ted Woolsey translation, I have in my notes on this call, I have the note that says, other translations besides the Ted Woolsey original are one shy of a six-pack, you son of a submariner. But, it's even the weirder lines that come way out of left field like those that give the game just such an unusual sort of character that prevent it from being so serious all the time.
Is it a charm?
And I feel like if the game were mired in somewhat of a more straightforward translation, not that the other translations are necessarily, but I feel like if it lacked some of the zany humor and weirdness of the Woolsey translation, I feel like it would lose. It would get a little too heavy around the parts where it is already extremely heavy, and not ridiculous enough in the parts where it is meant to be way out there. It doesn't take itself too seriously. I think that's what I like about it.
So, fun fact, I actually looked up an interview that I linked in the description on the podcast where Ted Woolsey even straight up gives the explanation for why Tina is Terra. It's basically the fact that, like you said before, Tina is not a very exotic name in Western culture, but in Japan, Tina is pretty exotic. It's pretty different from the norm. So he changed it to Terra. Yeah, so even the wiki says that he got a negative response from game testers, and he. So yeah, that's kind of cool.
I love that he still has a lot of good humor about it, despite all all the storm that has built up around different translations of this work. I love that he can still approach it with kind of a tongue in his cheek.
I think it's interesting to go to what you said, John, that he made their names more exotic and made them deliberate references to the earth and the heaven. I mean, you know me by now, I'm a big etymology nerd, and it interests me that the translator, not the original scriptwriter, is the one who made that decision and shaped kind of the way we would perceive them by their names.
I would like to add for the record that I've only played the Ted Woolsey translated game, but I did link also some videos on YouTube that compare translations across the board, and not just the Super Nintendo GBA games, but also they have Google, they have the straight up Japanese text, and they've even got fan translations where fans have tried to just straight up translate the Japanese on their own, because I know there's patches, and yeah, so these videos are multiple hours long, but I really love the comparisons, because there's a lot of times where I like the Super Nintendo version, but based on what I've seen in these videos, there are times when the GBA version makes more sense. I know some of the Ted Woolsey mistranslations around the political situation in Narshe have come under fire. So, and then there's the whole son of a Submariner versus son of a sandworm. It's just one of those funny things where it's like sandworm makes more sense, but Submariner just more memorable and funnier. So it's like, what do you do with that? Or then there's the whole bodybuilder versus bear debacle. So I mean, in the end, it's the same story, but I do kind of go back and forth. I'll always be nostalgic for the Super Nintendo translation, but I am really curious to play the GBA version afterwards and compare and contrast. It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, some parts between the Super Nintendo and GBA version, some parts of the Super Nintendo version are more lighthearted, some parts of the GBA version are more lighthearted. It's a back and forth, and really, it's just personal preference at that point.
I think that's right. And just to throw my own nod in there, if you're interested in a website that compares the difference between a bunch of translations pretty comprehensively, I think, for Final Fantasy VI, there's a guy who runs a blog called Legends of Localization. He has a really in-depth look at the entirety of Final Fantasy VI.
I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to say it if you didn't. If nobody else said
It
it,
is
I was
worth
going
the
to bring
visit.
up
Take it from
Legends
us.
of Localization. I love that so much. Thank you.
I think those videos I linked to, I think those came from him, possibly. The guy that... Yep, I was right. Those videos I linked are the Legends of Localization guy just going through the game and just... Here's what that says. So, again...
It all comes around.
Oh, man.
So yeah, so a lot of translation goodness. Anyone else have anything to add before we move on?
No, I think I'm done nerding out about words.
Nerding out about the English language, that's fine.
Alright, so the next question on here. Another unusual feature of Final Fantasy VI's story is that it has an ensemble cast rather than a clear lead, although there are clearly two focal points in the cast. How does that affect your reading of the game? Nat, I don't think I've heard from you in a little bit, so...
Alright. Let me see what I wrote down. I think I really like the ensemble cast feature of Final Fantasy VI, and I really like how many different characters that it does present to you because, as we talked about earlier, it's a very living and breathing world. So it does a really fantastic job of letting all of these characters come into their own and have their own character arcs, and one thing that I really like about Final Fantasy VI, and earlier we were talking about like who's the main character, right? But on this topic, I personally think that the first half of the game focuses more on Terra, while the second half of the game focuses more on Celeste. So I think they both share the spotlight pretty equally, but I really like how the story divides up everyone's time for spotlight, and I love how you can go back and forth to different locations and learn more about different cast members and their backstories, and it's good. I love it.
I absolutely adore the ensemble cast. It makes me care for more than just the main protagonist. It makes me want to see these characters' stories through. It makes me invest in them. It makes me see more of the game in different lights, and I absolutely love it.
So I'm kind of a different perspective on this because, like I said earlier, I pointed out that Square Enix themselves kind of seems to lean towards Terra being the main character, and that's the way I've always read the game myself. In games like this, I tend to ground myself with the main character, the one main character, if there is one, and put myself into their shoes and look at it mostly through their lens and see the other characters the way that I think the writers want the main character to see everyone else. So Final Fantasy VI is interesting to me because even though every time I play it, I ground myself in Terra's shoes, as everyone else here is saying, the game is not really made 100% with Terra as the focal point. So it's interesting that the game forces me at several points, like the Phantom Train segment or the straight up 3 scenario split, to not have Terra around, or start in the World of Ruin even, where you don't even have to get Terra back at all. It's interesting to me to be forced out of my personal approach to games like this and look at it through everyone's eyes and see not just how Terra would see them, but see how they see her, how they see each other, how they see themselves. And I think Final Fantasy VI in particular really, I think it's special among every other reason we've listed today for doing something like that, for forcing me out of my comfort zone of how I approach games and how I write and read. And I guess that's all I have to say. It's just I have the different perspective, and I like that Final Fantasy VI makes me take a different perspective than I'm used to. It's neat. It's interesting.
You enjoy the fact that it forces you out of your comfort zone when it comes to storytelling.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Sorry. Words are hard sometimes.
I've been having a problem with them all day. Don't worry.
I think that's an excellent point, though, Guy. I think that demonstrates kind of what we were talking about earlier, in that like this enormous cast, and the fact that somehow there is enough time spent on each of them, like narratively, in order for you to have a sense of who they are and what they value and what their struggles are in this world. I think that really allows people from any number of backgrounds to come to this game, find something that speaks to them in some way, whatever that way is, and then to see that through to kind of what that means to the ultimate flow of the game. So that's one reason I love the ensemble cast approach to this game. The other reason, I think, is that it's kind of consonant with how I see, again, I view this as the Final Fantasy about hope, how I see that playing into kind of Final Fantasy VI's vision of what hope is. The ultimate way I see it, what it's trying to say, is that I think it's trying to say hope is a sort of group project. It's really not something one can do on their own. If one is to find hope from whatever happens to a person in the world, it's going to be in one's interactions with and your associations with, your relationships with other people. So when the world falls to pieces, it's usually not how it actually works, that one hero rises to right the wrongs and slay all the demons. The important thing for us is that multiple people come together from all the walks of life to share in whatever is left for the future of people. It's together that we live. It's together that we find hope, and I think that's why there's this super diverse, super large cast in which everyone is given the time to shine. Is that because we really do need every single part of that humanity if we're going to find human hope.
I was going to mention something similar to what Guy said. Believe growing up that Final Fantasy VI was Terra's story because she's the character you start out with. A lot of the game focuses around her, but the more I think about it, the more I realize that this is the type of story that everyone gets a chance to shine in the spotlight. It seems like there's two ways to tell a story in this regard. You have the traditional main character setup. You have major characters and minor supporting characters, but it's really about one character. You can kind of argue that Harry Potter's like that. It's just he is the main character, and it's all about him. But then there's Final Fantasy VI, where you have a bunch of people who all get to come in and out of the story at various times, who have their own motivations set up. And I think there are strengths to both types of storytelling, but the strength to ensemble cast is that they let you focus on multiple people. They let you, you get to develop more characters. They let you make up your mind. There's more variety. So that way, if you don't like one character, well, there's like 6 or 7 others to choose from. And then if you do it right, like this game does, you have multiple characters who are memorable, stand out, and it deepens your immersion in the game because it's the kind of game where even when the focus is not on Terra, it's super compelling and it's super, immersing and engrossing in that respect. It doesn't have to rely on one character holding it all together.
If I may
Yeah,
say
and,
more,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, and when I said earlier that I think Celeste, in a way, leads the second half of the game and Terra kind of leads the first, I totally agree that the game shines a spotlight on everyone and that there is no one solid, steady lead. But I do think it's nice that they have one that kind of one character in the middle that kind of helps tie things together to keep things going, while also allowing for everyone else to have giant spotlights on them.
Yeah, what I was going to add again was I don't think it would be possible for Final Fantasy VI to juggle such a large cast if it grounded itself around only Terra or only Celeste or only whoever. I mean, not to throw shade on other games we love, but think like all of us here like Fire Emblem. Think of how many characters there are in Fire Emblem across that series where there's just that one character in the game that just everybody forgets about or nobody likes because the game kind of forgets about them. Final Fantasy VI doesn't do that. And everybody gets that spotlight, and so they're all... I mean, it's what we've all said. They're all special, they're all memorable, they're all important. And yeah, I just wanted to add that. I don't think it would be able to do that if it grounded it itself. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're constantly switching leads from various points in the game. It's not solely on one character, and as a result, you stop seeing the story list from that character's perspective and start seeing it from everyone's perspective, from Science, Sabin's, Edgar's. You get to see everyone's perspective in how they view what's going on around them.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just how Terra interprets it or how Celeste interprets it.
Mm-hmm.
It's how everyone interprets it.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds like we're ready to move on.
I was trying to gather my thoughts on the whole ensemble cast thing, actually. But yeah, we can move on.
Which means we're on to the characters that we just talked about as an ensemble. So, of course, we're going to start with Terra. Hi, John. You guys are up.
John, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'd be happy to go first. I mean, it's clearly a matter of opinion how to conceive of the cast. I always thought of Terra as kind of the lead of the first 3 acts, and Celos as the lead of the last 2, but obviously that's up to debate. She is named thanks to my man Tit Woolsey for Mother Earth, because she eventually, I think the reason at least, is because she eventually finds validation as a mother, and that concept is deeply rooted with the concept of the Earth. That in itself, I think, is pretty remarkable for a video game heroine in '94, or more broadly, a video game heroine like ever, or more broadly, a heroine ever, because, I mean, she is... If one looks at her archetype, she is a pretty young woman, and most game stories of the time, and indeed in this time, currently, give pretty young woman kind of one validation, and that is male companionship by the end of it. But not Terra. Like, that factors nowhere into her story. She does not have a love story, which immediately sets her apart from a great number even of other Final Fantasy heroines of the time.
Including her direct influence in a certain other female protagonist that we all know and love.
Do tell, Guy.
Well, I've read interviews. Shozo Kaga and Hironobu Sakaguchi were actually pretty good friends. And they even said that they would lose work on their own games playing each other's games. And Sakaguchi confessed to Shozo Kaga that Terra drew inspiration from none other than Celica.
Ooh.
Who knew?
And
Now I kind of wish I had called her Celica in my playthrough.
I told you to, but that was why I told you to. But
That's fantastic. I also take some validation from that in that I have lost a great deal of time playing both of their games, so at least I'm in good company. But yeah, it's like Terra's arc is just unusual already because she finds validation in motherhood, which is not a frequent subject of games of the time or now. And she has a very twisted way that she finds herself there, because she starts out the game utterly purposeless. She's given this vague identity, doesn't have any idea what to do with it. She is given an identity of far more importance. Again, nothing that she ever asked for. She is just appalled by it at first, can't deal with it at all, has to retreat to Zozo to really think over what even her origins were and what that means for her view of the world. And she doesn't really come to a resolution for it by the time the narrative leaves her. At least in my reading, like, Terra stops being kind of the centrifuge of the plot as soon as the Act 3 climax is over, and it kind of shifts the focus such that there is any focus to Celes. But at that time, like at the end of Act 3, she really hasn't found the answers she's looking for. She's figured out she's half Esper, but, I mean, by that time, she kind of has a sense that she might be going to pursue whatever that means for her in the context of the campaign to save the world. But it's not like has meaning for her, you know? So she kind of drifts from family to family across the course of her life. She drifts from this abusive family that enslaves her, which is the Empire. She drifts from there to the family of the Returners, who just see her as the means to an end. She shifts from there to the family of her birth that gave her this ridiculously complex burden to bear in the scene of global politics that she never really wanted. Family after family after family, and it takes her until the World of Ruin to finally find some sort of purpose and a home. And the family that she ultimately finds is among other people's kids. It's not magic, even though magic is what has defined her from the moment we met her in the story. It's ultimately nothing magical that gives her her final validation. It's just human, totally natural human connection. Specifically, like that's granted by motherhood. I think that's such a unique course for anyone in the course of games, but particularly for someone of the time to have gone through. And it's really quite an unusual and really rewarding development that I see in her.
I am in complete agreement. I find Terra and her kind of wandering and search for purpose to be extremely compelling, and even more so as a young adult, from when I was about 18 or so until fairly recently, where I kind of felt the same, like, oh god, I don't know what I want to do with my life. I like this, I like that sounds cool, but not really able to say, you know, with a perfectly straight face, 100% sure, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do with my life. And seeing that reflected in a game that I've been playing since I was a child and never realized it before gave the game and Terra as a character a new, deeper connection that just the good writing of the game doesn't give you. And that's just a personal anecdote, but I love that, like I was saying, with her main influence being Celica from Fire Emblem, Terra's story doesn't end in a love story. She finds validation in other ways, just like you said, John. It's different, it's interesting, and it's compelling. I don't really know what I can add to that.
I think that's, once again, this is another, instance of the scope of Final Fantasy VI's cast, just hitting nerves that many different people can bring to it. I think you're not alone in the experience of feeling like that guy, and I think Terra very consciously speaks to that sort of thing. And her story is ultimately one of hope, one of redemption, because she does find a purpose after all the forces of the world are off her to keep looking for it and looking for it and looking for it. Everyone is telling her she has a purpose. Everyone thinks they know what her purpose is, but it's not until long after that wave has passed and that purpose seems to have been a failure that she really finds what gives her validation.
Alright, so...
Do you want to talk about her theme song before we jump off?
We are going to talk about her theme. So, her theme song is actually that kind of haunting theme that played during that little, I guess you would call it a cinematic, at the very beginning of the game that I brought up earlier. It's this... I don't even really know what instrument it's supposed to be, because Super Nintendo sound font is a little bit weird, but it's like this kind of windy instrument with strings going in the background. It's only later that you realize that that's the character theme for Terra, that's her song, and it's... I guess what I take away from that is that they show you that theme at the start of the game with Terra marching along through the snow to set up that tone of kind of confusion, darkness, almost somberness. And it's only later in the game that Terra finds that hope, finds that purpose, and finds fulfillment in life.
I think Terra's theme song goes through just as winding a road as she does, in a way, because like the first time you hear it, it is the opening cinematic, not related to her. And the second time you hear kind of the Terra leitmotif, as it were, is like I think the track is called Awakening. It's what plays when she wakes up in the bed in Arvis's house, and it's this kind of slow-paced flute takes the melody sort of through its paces, but that's still not like the main Terra theme song, right? It's still kind of finding its feet. We've had the dramatic, forbidding first take on it. We've had this kind of second, slow, reflective take on it. And it's not until much later, it eventually becomes, like, the real Terra theme song becomes the world map music. But it's not even the first world map music. Like, the sort of, I think it's Awakening is the track that continues the first time you're out in the world map. So it's not even, there is not the marriage of Terra song and the place you hear it until some time into the game, which kind of echoes Terra's own sort of search for who she really is and trying to find her home. Like just like her music, she doesn't really land there until some time has passed and some adventures are behind her. And also, her theme is like the perfect all-time world map music, like ever. Like it's just so fitting in my mind. The picked strings and the high flute above it all. Oh, so good, so good.
I'm glad that I had you to help me with that because I didn't even think about the placement of the theme. I was just thinking of the composition of it. I literally did not even consider the fact that it was placed in other points in the game besides that opening cinematic. There you go, once again, learning new things about this game 11 years after I first played it.
How's that affect on you?
I love
What was
when
that
games do that.
noise? Sorry, what was that noise?
What noise?
Yeah, I'm wondering.
What noise?
Sound like a large scratching noise on my end.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah.
It just like
do.
totally cut out whatever you guys were saying.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I
I
could not
didn't hear
hear any of
anything.
you guys over it.
That was weird.
I didn't hear anything.
Sounded like a mixture of like someone slurping a drink and a scratching against a microphone.
Well, moving on.
There you have it.
Anyways, all I was saying since it cut out was just I'm glad John said what he said about this and that he was helping me with the Terra thing because I didn't think about where the game played her theme at all. I only thought of the way her theme was composed, the instruments it used, the tempo, the music side of it, not just the way it was put in the game to affect how you perceive the song itself and perceive Terra as a character. Because like John said, it wasn't really tied to her as a character until later on in the game. It was the cinematic theme at first. The opening theme. So, learning new things. I love when games do that to me, that I can learn things years after playing them, and I love it.
Me too. And it's still not failing me. It's, what, 25 years old and I'm still learning stuff about it?
Mm-hmm.
That's the mark of good artistry right there.
Indeed.
Does anyone else have anything they would like to add about Terra?
Nothing. Nothing that hasn't already been said.
Alright, so next we move to Locke and Celeste. So Nat, John, and myself are up.
Alright. So
So-
who wants to start?
I will. So
Alright.
Locke is very much a lovable thief, and I know insert joke about treasure hunter here type of character. He and Celeste have a really fun dynamic. In fact, I was even just when I last played off, Kefka tries to accuse Celeste of being a spy, and Locke distrusts her, and then she kind of gives him the cold shoulder afterwards, and that part always broke my heart because it was like, no, guys, come on, I'm shipping you so hard. Dang it. I think
Want to ship the sail?
we've talked a lot about Celeste's big moments, and I don't want to go back over them, but I think the idea that she starts as an Imperial Knight and then eventually transitions to someone who can find her purpose in life, who can go beyond just war, and that she's more than just a dog of war, to use an FMA term. I really loved that about her character. There's always a very much a hint of sadness that's present throughout her scenes, but it makes it all the more endearing to fight through that and to not succumb to that and to have hope and meaning. And I think Locke gives that to her, which always makes their dynamic quite endearing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I think that he definitely gives her as a character. Brings more energy to her because she's definitely a bit more on the somber side, and he also has his own bitterness that he's holding in. But he's has just enough of that lighthearted exterior attitude that he's able to, help her along a bit as well, which is really, really nice to see. And I think that really adds to their dynamic.
I think that's absolutely right. I think, again, to me, reading Final Fantasy VI as kind of the story of hope and what it means for people, I kind of read the love story between Locke and Celes as, I mean, yes, it's about their love, but the individual stories are much different than just that. They find in their relationship between each other a sort of reason, a sort of purpose of hope, that I think is kind of aims towards what Final Fantasy VI as a whole is trying to say, right? Because Locke approaches the relationship as something about redemption. He's trying to find some value to himself as a person, despite the failures he's committed in the past. Like, he sees Celes, at least at first, as a sort of way for him to atone for what happened with Rachel. And Celes, I see Celes's development as kind of, in some ways, it's exactly right that it's exactly proper, I guess, the narrative shifts from focusing on Terra to focusing on Celes in the second half, because that's exactly the point at which they kind of switch in their conceptions of self-purpose. Terra, like Guy and I were just talking about, like, starts with absolutely no direction. Everyone is hurling their own purposes at her, and she's just like, I have no idea who I am or what I should do. Celes, on the other hand, starts the game very sure of her purpose. She is a soldier, and that is who she is, and that is never going to change, no matter whether she's a traitor or not. And it's only after the world is kind of crushed that she allows herself to see that she actually cared for Locke and sees more purpose to her life than just waging war. And of course, Matt and I were talking about how she comes to that realization and the just incredible emotion of the scene where she realizes there's something more ahead of her, but her story is about finding that meaning of someone to trust in her, finding again the purpose that really she sees for herself, that she herself has chosen. And they find each other, which is beautiful, but it's the journey to each other that has the most meaning for them. And so that's the hope in their relationship is what is so important for the both of them.
Yeah. I was about to say something and I'm totally lost. Okay, no, I got it. Okay. So I was gonna tie that into their musical scores that are associated with them because those,
Yes.
obviously they they're a huge part of their characters, but I'm gonna start by bringing up Locke's theme. Locke is a very sad guy who's trying to fight past what he's trying to fight past the sins of his past, and his theme song, I find, oh god, I'm losing it. Okay. Okay, so his theme song is kind of gallant. It's very upbeat. It's a hero's theme song. That's how I see it. That's how I saw it the first time it was introduced in the game, when he's helping rescue Terra from the mines. And oh my god. My tongue feels like it's made of rubber suddenly. But yeah, it's just a very gallant song, and that it kind of ties parallels itself with his other theme that's related to him, Forever Rachel, which is very somber, sad, and it really spells out the remorse that he's feeling. And I see both of those songs as his theme song, because instead of being about Rachel, or Forever Rachel being about Rachel, I see that as being about his feelings about what happened to Rachel. And it ties in, again, with his need to atone the sins of his past. And Celeste, in her character development, in trying to find herself, and developing her relationship with Locke, I see the lyric to the opera. I'm going to pull from another one of the verses. because this is kind of relates to what we were just talking about with her, but I'm the darkness, you're the stars. It really, she sees herself as a soldier, as nothing but war, and especially after the World of Ruin becomes a thing, and Celeste realizes there's nothing left, she sees Locke as the light that brings her back into herself, brings her back into having some sort of purpose. I don't know, I feel like I rambled a little bit, but...
And the third line of that verse is, our love is brighter than the sun, right? It's only in combination that they fill that empty void with something, with a sense of purpose, right? But yes, totally.
Yeah.
I also think it's very interesting, particularly from Locke's point of view, that you're totally right. His main theme song is this great, heroic, bombastic, lovely little hero song, and you hear it queued up once, maybe twice in the whole game.
Yeah.
And the only time it's queued up at any length is right at the beginning, in his rescue of Terra, rescuing a girl, of course. But like it's every instance of the Locke leitmotif after that. I think might be wrong about this, but I think the ones that stick in my mind are all Forever Rachel, which is the sadder side of him. Like, the first face he puts forward is that gallant, heroic face, but really beneath that, you know what he is.
Yeah, because Locke's theme gives off your first impression of him as a guy who wants to do good, and who wants to be a hero, and he wants to protect. But then, once you learn more about him, you realize that he's a pretty broken guy. That he's so broken, he wants to do everything he can to atone, and he's just so caught up in that he doesn't really know what else to do with himself.
And yet, for someone so broken, he's a pretty darn good source of inspiration to the other members of the cast. Like, when you see him with his interactions with Terra at the beginning of the game, they're really reassuring. He's the rock she stands on for a good chunk of it. Because he's telling her, you've got amnesia, don't worry, you don't have to make your decisions. And he kind of helps her and helps get her, to her feet, so to speak, after she's just had the slave crown removed. He kind of does that with Celeste, too. She's like, why are you helping me? Well, you remind me of someone. He went out of his way to help her, so despite being broken, I do think he is a legitimate hero. Whether he sees himself as one or not is, of course, a different story.
Of course. But that, the entire topic of him being so broken yet being the rock that Terra stands on in the beginning of the game, I think it relates very closely to an idea that I've personally had for a long time, is the people who are the most broken are the people who are the strongest. The people who are the most reliable. And the people that you can trust the most. And I really see that with Locke. Because no matter what he's going through, he's still trying to be the pillar that some of the other party members are leaning on.
Wow, I hadn't thought about it like that, but shoot, that really makes me see Locke in a completely different light. I guess speaking of Locke, there's that scene where Kefka accuses Celes of being a spy. He doubts, he wavers, and that really throws the two of them for a funk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a heartbreaking scene. And then, of course, what happens after she tries to commit suicide? She gets that bandana, and it's his bandana, and that's what gives her the hope. So he's still a rock, even when he's not physically present.
Yeah. Like, even if he's not there directly intending to be, he still ends up being the pillar that people are leaning on to bring themselves together with one another.
Absolutely, because that's how he finds his hope. That's the vision he has of his role in the world is as the ever dependable person that anyone can always count on, because of how bad he's messed that up in the past. And it's only once he comes to understand someone as seeing that in him, that he really has a path forward into the future.
And I would like to point out that he's a thief, and yet we're talking about how reliable he is. That's
He's not a thief, he's a treasure hunter.
The term's treasure hunter.
Treasure hunter, get it right, Grant.
Yeah. Treasure hunter.
he's the guy who has the steal option. Oh, I mean, sorry,
Treasure hunter or GTFO.
I turn into Mug always.
You know, I find it interesting that a lot of traditional RPGs like to do that, not just Final Fantasy VI. They like to make the thief like a really good, friendly, funny kind of guy. Or girl, but usually it's a guy. I don't know, it's just a trend I noticed. And I also wanted to speak up and say, listening to y'all's discussion on Locke and Celeste, I thought about something John said when we were talking about Terra, and I kind of feel like maybe there was an intentional misdirection on their part here. If you recall, John pointed out that Terra, one of the things that makes her interesting is that her fulfillment, her stake in the story, doesn't have... There's no specific male partner anywhere in the equation. She doesn't have a lover. Locke, Celeste, the other kind of leading heroine here that people like to point to, does. And it's Locke. And when do we meet Locke? When he saves Terra. So, I don't know, maybe it wasn't an intentional thing on their part, but it kind of made me think, what if they set you up to expect Locke to end up with Terra at the very end, and then he falls for Celeste?
That's an interesting thing to think about. But also,
Go on, sorry.
because but another thing to think about with both Celeste and Terra, they're both trying to find themselves outside of like what they are, and like they both go about like two different ways of doing that. You know, like Terra finds hers in like the motherly way, like in the world of Ruin, you know, taking care of all the kids in Mobley's, while Celeste finds it in Locke. But in Celeste's case, it's not really a bad thing either.
No, it's not a bad thing, but I think, sorry to interrupt you there, I was going to say, I think, that goes back once again to what John has been saying throughout a lot of this, is that this game is all about finding hope, and both Terra and Celeste find that hope through love and caring for other people, but it's two very different dynamics.
Yeah.
So, John, you were on a roll today.
There is another little interesting fact. I'm on the Final Fantasy Wiki about Celeste, and it says that she's actually comparable to Joan of Arc, of all people. I guess, apparently, according to this, Joan of Arc was popular in Japan, and Joan's supposed... Okay, so I'm quoting this. Joan, who has been a subject of a number of operas, was a general at the young age of 18, opposed to morally lacking tactics in warfare, including the poisoning of the water supply of a city under siege, and was captured for defiance to her kingdom's military. Sources claim that she was supposed to be psychologically unstable, similar to Celeste, and that Joan of Arc supposedly threw herself from a great height in a suicide attempt. And then there's also Celeste's affinity for ice versus Joan of Arc getting burned to death. And it says, you know, if her affinity for ice would suggest fire as her nemesis.
Japan does have a fascination with Joan of Arc. Like, funny enough, like there's a lot of like RPGs based around Joan of Arc. Just
There
Fate
are.
granddaughter.
Yeah.
Did you just bring up the Fate series?
Yes, I just had Fate Granddaughter. God bless.
There was
God
also,
bless Giant Kitty Joan of Arc.
there's also a strategy game on the PSP, I think, that was about Joan of Arc.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking of, called Joan of Arc. That's literally just called Joan of Arc, or like the French pronunciation
Yeah,
of
it's
it,
literally
Joan
just
d'Arc.
Jeanne d'Arc. Yeah,
Yes.
Japan is really obsessed with her story for some reason. I mean, I like her story, but
Bit on the nose with that one.
that's
I mean, it is an
parallel.
admittedly interesting story.
It's an interesting parallel that I never picked up on. Man, I am learning so much about this game today, and I was here to tell people about it. Jeez.
Same here, guy. Same freaking here.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Final Fantasy VI is an amazing game.
Well, if the fact that we were here gushing about it didn't convince anyone they needed to play it, maybe all the stuff we're still learning here will. I mean, for real, jeez.
More of the story. Go play Final Fantasy VI.
Yep, that's the long
I
story.
can get behind that moral.
So, is there anything else someone would like to bring up before we move to the Figaro Brothers?
There's one
I'm-
more. Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
wait,
Go ahead.
no, go for it.
The only thing I wanted to say, there is one particular musical cue that I think we really need to, well, not talk about. I just want to mention it. In the ending credits, of course, you've got every character's leitmotif coming back, right? You have every kind of chained together all of the characters' songs. It blew my mind as a kid in the ending credits that Celis's theme and Locke's theme fit together harmonically. Like, that is such a great touch. And he doesn't use it until
yeah.
all the way at the end when you're like, oh, I see now.
Hmm.
Yeah, I love that touch.
I
so
never
much.
caught that, actually. I'm gonna have to give that a listen after we're done here.
Bet you should.
I definitely will. Alright.
Alright.
That's all I got.
Figaro Brothers.
Alright, Figaro Brothers, here we come.
Hell yeah, let's do
Edgar
this.
and Sabin, baby.
Some of my favorite characters in the whole game.
I was almost tempted to sing the Mario theme for a second when you said Figaro Bros.
Alright, audience, you'd better get used to Grant, John, and I because we're just taking over right now.
Like we do.
It's a me,
As we
Edgar.
do.
I'm a Sabin.
Okay.
Okay then.
Super Figaro.
So you guys always
is only
pronounce
for
it
the
as
Super
Sabin,
Nintendo.
huh? I always pronounce his name as Sabin.
I say Sabin. I don't know why.
Sabin.
I say Sabin because it sounds like satin. I don't know.
I've always thought, like, if I can interject, I've always thought it was either Sabin or say. I've always alternated between Sabin and Sabin.
I always said Sabin.
I know somebody used to say Sabine, so don't feel bad.
Well, they're just wrong.
Sabine.
I know, right?
Excuse me.
It was my cousin. He was smart, but not very. Anyways, let's talk.
So the
Alright.
Figaro Brothers. So we got Edgar, who is basically the Final Fantasy version of Inigo, who hits on every lady ever.
Yeah.
He's a womanizer, but he's the king of Figaro, and he's like a master. And we've got Sabin, who I named Ike in my current playthrough because he's buff, ripped as heck, and he's awesome. So I guess they're kind of interesting in that Edgar's a bit more lighthearted, Sabin's a bit more grounded. Edgar, well, he's got more of a flair for the dramatic, flair with the tongue. Sabin's a lot more recluse, and he's more aloof. But they do have an interesting dynamic, and especially when you consider the fact that one of them just did not want that neither of them wanted the throne. They kind of had to determine by a freaking coin toss of all things. Sabin just takes off and becomes a master martial artist, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Bless you.
Yeah. So, yeah, they both have their funny moments. They both sort of are, I don't know, what's the word? Present. They're just sort of the guys that you can count on to get crap done, both
Yeah.
gameplay wise and story wise.
Yeah. Well, you touched on Edgar's most important trait. Something I want to bring up is his incredibly deep set insecurity. because he didn't want the throne. He knows he knew when his father died that he was not ready for it. And even though he is a incredible politician, that he's got a very, very good way with work, and that he's great with the ladies, he does not think, even now after ruling Figaro for however long he's been, he doesn't think he's good enough. He doesn't think his father is proud of the things he's done. And he uses his flirtatious nature to mask that, as you said, very similarly to Inigo from Fire Emblem. He uses it to hide all of his insecurities and to put on a show of being this confident, smart, great ruler that he does not think that he is.
I find Edgar and Sabin to both be two very complex and very caring men who both try to seem more simple than they really are. I don't have too much to add on the subject of them other than how I greatly appreciate both of them, but there is one scene, I think, that is both exemplary of like how Final Fantasy VI tells a story with economy and also how awesome these two brothers are. Of course, Grant mentioned the coin flip scene where, you know, if you go back to Figaro Castle, it's also a missable scene for what that's worth, but if you go back to Figaro Castle, kind of after both of them are in your party, they share a moment reminiscing about how the throne was handed to Edgar and how Sabin left in kind of a huff. And that scene ends with the fateful coin flip, and you're kind of left to figure out, you know, what must have happened was Sabin won the flip, called heads, left, and never returned, and Edgar was left to pick up the kingdom and take the reins of the kingdom. But in a small set of circumstances, if you bring Edgar and Sabin together to Yadur for the hijacking of the blackjack and the opera and all that mess, there's the scene that plays afterwards, right after you get on board the airship, where you first meet Setzer, and he's like, oh my goodness, you're not actually Maria, I'm going to have to just dump you out of the sky. And there's this negotiation with him, and Setzer decides to bet his role in the returners on the flip of a coin. And of course Edgar says, oh, hey, I've got a coin, volunteers it, and of course the returners win. And then Setzer figures out it's a coin with two heads. And in that moment, if you have Sabin along, he'll say, wait, brother, isn't that... And that's the only line you get. But immediately, if you've done your research and know exactly all the backstory between the two of them, you understand in that moment that Edgar flipped a coin with two heads to make Sabin win the coin toss on top of Figaro Castle. He had already committed. He flipped a two-headed coin so that Sabin would win, go pursue his own destiny, and Edgar had decided to take over the reins of the kingdom, even though neither of them wanted it. And in that moment, like, that tells you something that is never said by absolutely anyone. Edgar goes on being, you know, this outwardly superficial guy who hits on ladies. But inwardly, you know something far more about Edgar as, like, a man of integrity and profound feeling than he ever lets on in how he comports himself. And that, I think, typifies both who the two of them are as brothers, how much they care for each other, and how really good Final Fantasy VI can tell a story without saying a single word.
Well said. I don't really have anything to add. I think we covered pretty much everything I was going to talk about, so...
Would anyone else like to share something before we move on to Shadow Unravel?
I was gonna say that it's kind of, like, one of the things that I think is the best. Like, I kind of think Edgar was definitely the right choice. Like, even though it wasn't really much of a choice between the two due to the double-sided coin, that Edgar did become King of Figaro. You know, like, because, you know, there's that kind of trope that you see in fantasy media about, like, that womanizing king that's usually portrayed in a bad way. But at the same time, if you think about it, they're the ones that are most likely to produce an heir that'll carry on the royal bloodline. Like, just a little thing to think about.
Yeah, I think as not only part of using it to mask his insecurities about having the throne, I also think that he uses it as a tool to do what he knows needs to be done.
Exactly.
Also, another kind of memorable little couple lines of dialogue that I just thought of regarding Edgar and Sabin. I don't even remember where in the game it was, but I remember it, and I looked on Wiki to confirm that it was actually said. But when Edgar reveals how insecure and how he isn't sure if his father would be proud of the things that he's done as king, and Sabin just says, what was the exact thing Sabin said? Yes, Sabin just tells him, don't you ever think that way, he would be very proud of you, more or less, is what is said by Sabin. And I think that really kind of helped Edgar move on a bit. In a way. I'll see if I can find the exact quote, though. Da 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 da. Oh, I suddenly cannot find it.
That's fine.
Whatever. Anyways, we can move on. I'm sure you guys all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so Shadow and Realm. So, Christian and John, you guys
Oh,
are
boy.
You know, kind of comparing the story. I'm kind of gonna compare real quick the stories of both Shadow and Locke, because they're kind of parallel to each other in a way. Because Locke lost someone that was close to him, like in this case, in Locke's case, a lover, while Shadow lost his best friend and ally in thievery, Barum. But how they deal with it is in two different ways, where as Locke is a bit more of a hopeful person that's hiding everything, Shadow is just kind of closed off and a loner. And also another and also funny thing with him as well is that because this is a clever callback that they did, Shadow started off as a thief that could barely kill his own partner and put him out of his misery, yet now he's a ninja. And I kind of like that interesting reference that they make to Final Fantasy 1 in that regard. Also, one of the things that is also pretty interesting is that, every time you go to an inn with him, a different inn, you can't do this repeatedly at the same inn, he has, these moments of his backstory that recur to him as nightmares if he's in your party. That reveal more and more about him, his life as a thief. Pretty much all of that, and, the first thing, one of the first things I saw when in my most recent playthrough was his scene. He has a flashback dream to being in Thamasa, where he tells his dog Interceptor to stay with his daughter, which in Thamasa kind of hints to another character, because there's only one female child that you really see in the game that isn't a generic. And only one female child in Thamasa. That one being, Realm. Which, funny enough, in an actual interview, a year after the game came out, let me find it real quick. 1 second. But yeah, so they confirmed that Shadow is officially Realm's father, And he actually, and speaking of which, the developers actually had a scene considered between him and Strago about it that I really wish made it into the game, because it's actually a well done line of dialogue. Like, it's like Strago says, "I have one request. Show me your face. Even if you are him, I have no intention of wasting time trying to talk you into staying. I just want to know, for Realm's sake." And then he takes off his mask, shows Strago his face, but again, his sprite is going to be turned so that the player can't see. And what Strago says in response is, "Thank you, Shadow. Come, let's have a drink." Which, again, I think would have been a really good line to have into the game, but I understand why they took it out.
That's interesting that they considered that, because I'm on the other fence. I like it just the way it is. I think it's even better without that scene. Because this is, I mean, I was just talking about this kind of secret storytelling scene, right? Where if you do the right thing the right couple of times, then you unlock these, secret scenes that happen between the Figaro bros. But for Shadow, the entirety of who he is told in these secret scenes. Like, this is the highest level of secret storytelling that Final Fantasy VI engages in, right? Like, the entirety of what you know, what you come to learn about Shadow is told. Not in the narrative, certainly not in what he says, because he doesn't say a thing, ever, of substance. But you learn it through his nightmares. And you learn it through the fact, also, that just strangely and mysteriously, only 2 characters can equip the memento ring the realm comes with. So, you could miss who Shadow is entirely. And that is precisely what Shadow wants you to do. He has built his entire current identity out of hiding behind a mask, out of not being who he used to be. But he can't break free of who he was, right? He sleeps in the inn, and these nightmares occur to him, and there's nothing he can do about it. I guess Terra's scream at the end of the first act is the biggest jump scare in the entire thing. But behind that, the visions of Barum bursting out of the darkness, gasping for mercy, that's up there. It's some pretty frightening stuff. It's just so well done, and I think it is more effective for Shadow than anything, that all of it is so subtly said that nothing is ever actually said. People recognize him. Maybe Strago recognizes him. Doesn't say a word.
Yeah.
Realm probably doesn't recognize him. No word needs to be said. The ring speaks for itself. The nightmares kind of clue you in to who he is. But Shadow is beyond the point of telling you.
There's actually another thing that clues you in as well in the world of Ruin, but this only happens if you leave Shadow behind. And that being, that dungeon in the world of Ruin in the Veldt that you usually find him in? If you do not save Shadow, who Interceptor leads you to instead? Realm.
Oh.
Yeah. So, instead, where you'd find Shadow, you instead find an unconscious Realm about to be attacked by said behemoths. By the behemoths of the Veldt dungeon. Which, again, Shadow's story... I love Shadow's story so much because, again, as you said, John, most of it, 90% of it is untold, in the main story. You have to go out and look for it, and that's one of the things that I love when Final Fantasy does. It's why one of my favorite games of all time are both this and Final Fantasy Type 0, because most of the story is not outright told for Type 0, but that's another discussion anyway. But yeah, Shadow being that guy who doesn't say much, doesn't give away much. And another thing about Shadow that in my most recent playthrough I realized, he's actually the most suicidal character in the game. Even into his ending, where at the end, if you bring him, when they go into the tower of, Kefka's tower, he stays behind as the tower's crumbling and tells Interceptor to go and leave him behind, saying that he's going to go join up with Barum again.
Yes, indeed. I think Shadow is a demonstration of kind of the other side of the hope coin. Shadow is a person who has put all thought of hope behind him, and as the ending proves, there's really not much you can do to change his mind about that. Like, Shadow is resigned to the fate that he's going to take. The only question is how much you figure out of the road that kind of led him down that path.
Yeah.
But Realm, it should be noted, finds a world full of affirmation. And that may be kind of the hope that is to be drawn from Shadow's story, right? Because she's kind of this daughter of an itinerant thief. Her mom died early, raised by her grandfather. Like, it's not a happy family life the Realm has. And she also kind of chafes against Strago as the adult in the house as well. But, like, hers is a broken family, and yet by the end of the game she seems content to have the life ahead of her with her grandfather and with the friends that she's made on the journey. So maybe the hope to be found in Shadow's story is that his child will have a better world because of him.
That's actually a good point. Now that is something I was thinking about but did not fully consider, to be honest, with Realm. Like, she's this... Because even with her broken situation, she's this upbeat character. She makes... Like, as you said, she kind of makes fun of her grandpa for being, like, an old man. And, like... And her second scene in her first boss battle where she joins you, and versus Ultros, the Ultimate Octopus, but... Sorry, I have to say that every time. It's obligation, but anyway, she even has like her silly side in that she tricks him into letting her draw his portrait to defeat him that time. You know, and she kind of has a laugh about it. She even has like a secret in another secret scene that she has, which I mean, it's not secret as much as optional, but where Strago meets with like if you have Strago in your party in the World of Ruin, he meets with an old friend who both Realm and him trick Strago into having more confidence or something. I'm trying to remember this full plot because this one goes by very fast. That's like, and I'm tongue-tied right now. But yeah, okay, I forgot what I was saying, my bad. Like, I had it there for a second, then the words just disappeared from my mouth, my bad.
So, does anyone else have anything to add to Shadow and Realm before moving on?
No.
Nope.
Cyan Garamon. So,
Ooh, boy.
Best
Okay,
Final
so-
Fantasy Samurai.
and honestly, I love the guy. And apparently, I'm not alone because according to the Final Fantasy Wiki, Hironobu Sakaguchi, he's claimed that his favorite character in Final Fantasy VI is also Cyan. So yeah.
Cyan is really good though, so it's fair pick.
So, Cyan's the character I feel the most sorry for, which isn't to say that I don't feel sorry for the other characters. I do, but the dude loses his wife and his kid pretty quickly.
As well as his entire kingdom.
Yeah, including his liege lord, so his entire life blows up really fast. And it never really leaves him. He's always haunted and traumatized by this. His sense of honor and his sense of loyalty are really what make him endearing as well. Because now, what's he got to live for? It's just getting revenge on Kefka and the Empire that did this to him, and then what? You know? He also has the most unique speech patterns. Well, one of the most. He's up there with Gao. Thou, like when you name
Thou,
me.
thou.
Thou, yeah. Thou art.
Sabin's
Thou art an odd one. Thou. No. Mr. Thou's over there. Yeah, that part's always funny.
I love his dynamic with Gao.
Look.
I'm just gonna say this right now. Sabin's party in the rap split is the best party.
Agreed. I'm high-fiving you through the screen.
Oh,
Same here.
totally. That's like not even an argument. It totally is. Like as much as I love the Locke and Celeste split, where he just makes everyone naked and runs around stealing clothes, I love Sabin's party.
Oh yeah.
Where's the lie?
Yeah.
Always loved Cyan. I find his theme to be very haunting, tragic, and noble, which pretty much encapsulates his character to a T. And yeah, and it kind of sucks too that the game kind of shafts him. Not very many people think of Cyan as a good character, which, from a gameplay perspective, which really makes me sad because, you know, I like the guy.
Here's the thing about Cyan from a gameplay perspective. He's perfectly fine. I mean, his level 1 attack, his like first number attack, Fang, just deals enough damage on its own. And I think if you give him haste, that bar fills up quicker. And haste is one of the earliest spells you can learn, so it's not that big a deal.
Yeah. Unfortunately, people just don't like him because the meter can fill not as fast as they like, and they lack patience when in a lot of situations, especially in boss fights, you need your ATBs to fill up quicker, and you need to deal with that damage.
That's fair. But honestly, at the same time, a lot of enemies in Final Fantasy VI, I mean, if I'm allowed to talk about gameplay for a bit, the game isn't that hard, and they don't deal as much damage like later game enemies do, but the enemies at that point, they don't deal as much damage, so I think you can be patient enough to let the bar fill up to do an awesome attack.
Oh yeah, like, I'm not saying it's reasonable that people are impatient about it, I'm just saying that they are.
Oh yeah, of course.
They just want to deal damage fast.
Gotta go fast.
And that's unfortunately actually just a general complaint about the ATB system, but, you know, that's for another time.
Yeah.
So there's Cyan Garamon. What do you guys think?
I really like.
I mean,
Cyan,
I've already-
for all
yeah.
the reasons that you have brought up, and I also want to say I like his gameplay thing. I know we're going to talk about all the gameplay later, but Cyan is one of the ones that I find to be really unique and interesting, and I'm always a sucker for the sort of swordsman, samurai sort of kind of character, and I just like him, and I agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah, I would talk about him, but I've already had a couple pretty decent-sized pieces about his character arc, so I will pass this time.
That's not gonna stop me, Nat.
Not just
So,
either.
You do,
I
but
just-
I'm, you know,
You just threw John the keys.
go for it, mate.
That's just what I needed. The keys. I just find that the older I get, the more Cyan becomes the character I pay the most attention to in the whole cast. His story is about grieving, and how hard and weird and difficult and illogical it is for a person to just get over that. I mean, it's the first however long after you meet him is spent taking him through the first stages of him making peace with the fact that his own wife and son are gone. But that's just the first part of his journey, and he really doesn't... I mean, he learns from his experience, but he doesn't really come to a healthy conclusion as to how to treat it for a long time. Like, every Cyan episode after that is still him dealing with his inner demons that come over the fact that his countrymen and his family were just taken down in one stroke. Like his opening role, we talked about, you know, how we meet him in the World of Ruin with him writing letters to a girl from a mountaintop because he's trying to preserve this sort of illusion of the world still being right and people still being alive and happy and relationships still working. When that's, you know, he's just maintaining an illusion rather than letting the world kind of process the truth. That is so far at that point, like he has tried to come to terms with his own grief, but he still thinks that the best way for people to grieve is to just deny that it's ever happened. And so, like, he has to grow through that. He has to grow through the entire journey of the World of Ruin, all the way up to the ultimate confrontation when he has his long extended dream sequence in Doma Castle in the World of Ruin up against Rexsoul, which just really hits me deeply because he really just has to plumb to the depths of who he is as a person and all the experience he has ever had that makes him what he is before he can finally come to a place where, yes, he is at last at peace, resolved, can finally move forward with his life after he's lost Elaine and Owain.
And that is when we knew that Owain's sword hand stopped twitching.
Boo!
Too soon, man. Too
Can
fucking
you
soon.
don't?
I get it, it's a Fire Emblem joke.
Ah!
I regret nothing.
You should regret everything.
But yeah, Cyan is just as lost as Terra is at the beginning. He just manifests his total bewilderment with the world in a different and more confused sort of way. And I will say, musically, well, I'll let you talk about Cyan as a person before I get into Cyan as a song.
You know, just like, you know who Cyan in my most, like, just, I've been playing this game side by side, but you know who Cyan reminds me a lot of, or I'm gonna assume, like, this character was kind of inspired by Cyan, but has anyone played Octopath Traveler here?
Yes.
Yes.
I have.
Cyan reminds me a lot of Ulbrich, in a way.
You're right, you're right.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
I
but
love
he came
his
first.
wisdom. Yeah, like, Cyan came first, and just like with Ulbrich, they're both kind of the same type of character. They've lost everything. They don't know what they want, or they don't really have a clear goal in life anymore now that everything they've lost is gone. And, you know, both decide to set out to take revenge on the person that took everything from them. Like, in Cyan's case, it's the Empire, while, like, in Ulbrich's case, it's the guy whose name I forget, but this is an Octopath podcast.
Yeah, don't go into too much detail here.
Nope. Anyway, but yeah, so just an interesting parallel I was thinking of. But John already said everything I wanted to say, especially about Rexel and everything. So that's all I've got.
Alright. I think you mentioned, John, something about you want to talk about Cyan as a song. I kind of already said my piece about it.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Grant. I guess the only kind of note I had is that Cyan's main theme song is a funeral march, quite appropriately. It has very Eastern sorts of influences to it, with that high flute and sounds like bells or maybe a tambourine or something keeping the pace. But it is solemn, and it is regimented, and it is so sorrowful. And just hearing it, you know, you grieve for Doma, you grieve for Elaine, you grieve for Owain, but that sometimes I get a little lump in my throat when I hear that song. But what does it for me every single time? I'm going to fast forward one more time to the end of the game, where you've got the ending credits rolling, and they play every character's leitmotif and kind of this, you know, new remix. I heard that flute, I heard that noise. That sounds like it.
I've been playing it in the background for myself.
So anyway, at the start of the ending credits, the very first character song you hear is Cyan. And when it starts, when that music swells in, the first thing you hear is that finally, after so long, after so many journeys and so much confusion and so much grappling with the idea of his family being gone, his song is in a major key. It has taken him the whole game, but at last he has found some sort of resolution, some sort of happiness that really ties it all together into something that can go forward. And that's the moment that gets me every time, is the very first, end statement there is to the cast, is to say, guys, Cyan has finally found peace. I find that really affecting.
Alright. Anyone else have something to say about Cyan before we move on to Gal?
No.
Alright, Christian, take it away with Gal.
Alright, my favorite character.
Now Gal. Now Gal. Now Gal.
But Gal has always been my favorite character was my favorite character as a kid in Final Fantasy VI. But that's because he's kind of a goofy guy. Although when you learn his backstory, it's one of the more tragic ones, despite how simple a character he is. You meet his father, who is honestly more insane than he is. This is a guy that thinks you're a repairman. And, when in the World of Ruin, you meet Gal's father, and, Sabin is all about getting Gal to be prepared to talk to his father. And after all that preparation, he doesn't even realize he has a son, but talks about how he saw this demon child in the Veldt as a baby. He saw this demon baby and left it in the Veldt as a monster came up to it. Which, leads to, where when you find Gal in the Veldt, he's obviously more used to being around monsters than anyone. Because that's what he's always been around, are monsters that will raise him, that have raised him, taken care of him, instead of deciding to eat him like most monsters would, for some reason. But that's just me being nitpicky there. And it's even represented in his gameplay that he's more influenced by monsters in his life than people, when his default attack isn't an attack really, it's choosing which monster to copy. So, there isn't too much to talk about with Gal in my opinion, but just just his moments of stuff calling Cyan Mr. Thou, because, well, what else do you call him when the old guy speaks funny? Mr. Thou.
Wow.
And also his his propensity for playing jokes. When you first go into a cave in the Veldt, not the same cave in the World of Ruin, but a different cave, he plays a joke on them by dropping the coin purse. Or dropping, Sabin's coin purse, although Cyan actually has it, but he's kind of got that trickstery nature, which I feel also comes from the beasts that he's been raised around. Because, there's some monsters in the game that'll steal your money. Most of those I freaking hate. But, anyway, so maybe he's been around those monsters as well, traveled with their pack. But another thing of interest is that he doesn't travel with too large of a pack either. The only way you can get him is by not having a full party. By being around, by having only a party of 3. And so that's kind of all I've got for Gal from what my notes have said.
Alright, does anyone have anything else to share about Gal? I'll take that as a no.
Yeah,
Bailey?
I don't really think there's a lot to say about Gao. He's such a simple character with such a simple backstory that there's just not a lot to say about him, but what there is about him is just really memorable.
Okay, Bailey, you're up next with Mog.
Alright, Mog, the first playable Moogle. Since Mog initially starts out as someone who helps Locke in the beginning of the game, when in the Narsh mines, and he's also the one who you use to select which scenario you want to play as, you know? Anyways, later when we actually get the chance to play as Mog, we learned that Ramuh has been appearing in Mog's dreams and is ordering him to help the returners. And through these dreams, he also learned how to speak English, or speak the language of humans. And as a result, he is also one of the only Moogles to speak the human language. You can get most of the time you'd get Mog through the end of the world, where you'd meet him in the Moogle cave. But if in the Lone Wolf of the Pickpocket quest, if you choose Mog, you can get him early. Anyways, 1 year after the end of the world, Mog returns to his cave, but he is the only Moogle left. When the party finds him, he rejoins and tells them to find Umaro, whom we'll talk about later on. He also claims he'll be helpless without him. After they find him, they find out that the place that Mog was standing on had Mololu's charm, who we saw earlier was essentially Mog's girlfriend. From this we can infer that pretty much the Moogles all died. It's either that or they fled, and Mog's the only one left now. There really isn't a lot to Mog to say, but he is unique in the gameplay, so we'll talk about that when we get to it.
Alright, fair enough.
I agree with that. Like, that there isn't much to talk about with Mog, aside from his gameplay stuff.
Yeah, he isn't really too much of a fleshed out in terms of character. Like, he has his little side story, has his little moments here, but that's all there is. He doesn't really find anything. There isn't really a character arc to him. Alright, let's move on to Setzer.
Christian?
Alright, Setzer Gabbiani, my second favorite, well actually third favorite dude from this most recent playthrough. I just always loved him from a design standpoint. He always just looked cool and everything, but he also is kind of, like, for a comparison, he's kind of that cool, like, kind of suave, badass character, like, kind of a Han Solo-ish in a way. Or, you know, like, maybe Han Solo's... Actually, I know Han Solo is the best comparison I can think of, where he kind of doesn't really have a side in any of, the Empire Returner stuff. He's just enjoying his life as, you know, a guy with an airship, the Blackjack. Stealing women, and going to pubs, all that stuff. Though, there is a lot of darkness, but there's a secret darkness to his character, much like Locke. Everything goes back to Locke in a way, now that I think about it, though that's kind of off topic. Like, both him and Locke have lost a lover, like, in his case, his rival, Daryl, who he found dead a year later but found her airship and, like, left it in her tomb. Yet I think after Daryl's death, he kind of stopped really caring about anything and just decided, you know what? I'm gonna live a free life. To be this guy that will steal women because I think they're hot, and and pretty much steals Rogue from the X-Men's Gambit by throwing cards at people. Sorry, just catching my breath for a second.
No worries.
Yeah, you're fine.
Does anyone else want to say anything about Setzer in the meantime?
I'm good. Alright,
Um,
alright, is Guy back?
Yeah, I am back. I just got back.
Okay, you want to there you go.
My
just
turn?
in time. Welcome.
Alright, so somehow I ended up talking about Strago. I don't know how that happened, but I do like Strago, so let's go. Let's go Strago. So Strago is Realm's grandfather. He was kind of touched on earlier when everyone was talking about Shadow and Realm. But the thing that I find interesting about Strago is that he is, as a grandfather might be expected to be, he is kind of protective of Realm. He doesn't want her to go join the party. He wants to kind of take care of things himself, take care of Terra and Locke when they visit and ask him about the Espers. And he says they aren't real. I know nothing. They aren't a thing. Why are you asking? But he's nice, he lets him stay at the inn for one gil. Good luck finding that anywhere else ever. And then, sure enough, bad things happen. Realm starts a fire because she's playing around with a fire rod, because that's what kids do, you know? And
Yeah.
Strago says, oh, well, I'm gonna try to use ice. I gotta use ice to put the fire out, even though fire melts ice. He should know that, but I guess they don't teach science in the world of balance.
Nope.
And the mayor's like, hey, you can't do that.
Anything. There's
Magic is forbidden.
anything.
But my granddaughter's gonna die. No magic. So then Terra and Locke go help him. They go in, they try to rescue Realm, but the burning building's gonna collapse on them. But then Shadow and Interceptor save them. And then Strago says, oh yeah, I have magical abilities. I'm a blue mage. I can do this and that, and I'll help you. And I guess I'll have more to say about Strago when we get to the gameplay section, because blue mages are really, really cool to me. But
They're kind of my favorite type of mage too, to be honest.
I don't really use them that much in Final Fantasy games, to be honest, but I find them interesting. But I like Strago, I guess not so much necessarily for his contributions to the themes and the story itself of the game. I'm just kind of drawn to the grandfather sort of character, and I like that he's here and that he raised his granddaughter, and that just kind of speaks to me on a personal level, is I guess how I ended up talking about him. And I don't really have much of substance to cover with him. It's just I like him. He's a charming old dude, and he cares about his granddaughter, and I guess that's good enough for me. If anybody wants to go deeper, you are more than welcome to go deeper. Don't feel like this is only my show. I just like Strago, man. It's
I'm gonna point out a. Oh, sorry.
No, go right ahead. If anybody wants to say anything on Strago, please, because
Go on, Christian.
Yeah, I kind of like that he's like the only one of two natural mages in the Final Fantasy VI universe. Like him and Terra, the only two natural mages, because his blue magic isn't unlike most of the unlike Magitech soldiers like Celeste. That one is not implanted in him. That's just part of his family line. That he's a mage. And that the village of Thamasa kept so hidden because everyone in Thamasa's a mage, you know? Like, because it's not just Strago when that house is burning that helps out, it's his entire village revealing that they have magic.
Mm-hmm.
And, but I just thought that was like and it kind of is a good reason why they secluded themselves, because after the War of the Magi, you know, like natural magic users, they weren't that appreciated. So of course Strago and his like whole entire group would be in hiding for like forever.
You know, another thing.
And
oh, were you not done? Sorry.
Another thing,
Oh, I was just.
I was
gonna say-
actually done.
Oh, sorry. I thought you.
Yeah, you was.
So another thing for Strago, I am totally twisting over my own tongue here, but another thing about Strago that's kind of interesting is after the world ends, he ends up with the cult of Kefka, which is it's kind of disconcerting, like why Kefka's the guy who destroyed the world. How could you possibly concede to him and worship him? And it's because of the loss, or the believed loss, of his granddaughter. And he snaps out of it when he finds her. So I guess to be a little more substantial here, this is saying that his hope comes from his granddaughter. And I'm noticing a pattern here that I never really thought about before in this game. We're talking about a lot of these characters almost kind of in pairs. And
That's because everything.
what?
Sorry.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
That's because almost every character in Final Fantasy VI is interconnected in some way or another. Like, you've got the Figaro Bros. You've got Celes and Terra, Celes and Locke and Terra. Just everyone's got a connection, aside from very few people.
Mm-hmm. I didn't really think about it before now, but it's interesting hearing us break it down like this, like just one or two at a time, that there are more relationships, I guess, within the party than I ever really thought about. And I guess that's the way the game kind of exemplifies its idea of finding hope. And everyone finds their hope in another person with another person's help. Like, Locke and Celes fall in love, Edgar and Sabin are brothers, Shadow and Realm are family, and Strago and Realm are family, and just an interesting pattern, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it comes right back into what we were talking about with, Final Fantasy VI's conception of hope derives from kind of teamwork. Hope is the project of people all together, and individually it's a lot harder to find it than when you have other people to rely on and other people to trust. But I also think part of Strago's journey of hope, right? He definitely snaps out of his trance in front of the Fanatics Tower because of Realm. Like, you're absolutely right to locate part of Strago's hope in that future generation. But another part of his hope, like the Strago episode that happens after that, with him questing after the legendary Hidden, right? Isn't that what it's called? The Beast in Abbott's Rock.
I think it's called Hedon.
Hedon. I always call it a Hidden because it's hidden, and I thought that was quite clever. But anyway, that monster.
That might actually be it. Holy crap!
But like they're going after this legendary kind of tall-tailed beast that's been heard of around Thamaza. But like part of that whole arc is just Strago and another old dude from Thamaza talking about war stories from way back when they hunted the thing. But like part of that's just to show once Strago goes out there and beats it and takes its treasure. Like, part of it is just to show Strago that, yeah, he's still got it. Part of his hope is the fact that he is still totally put together, no matter how much his granddaughter calls him a fuddy-duddy. So, like, there's an intensely personal sort of brand of hope that Strago has, but there's also that hope for the future that you identified, Guy, with Realm being what really turns him around and brings him back to the fold.
Snap out of it, you stubborn old bag of bones.
So there is one little relative tangent-ish thing I want to talk about. It's the Kefka. I'm looking at Final Fantasy Wiki again. According to the guard, some of the members of the cult insist on spelling Kefka's name with C's instead of K's because Japanese Kefka's name is spelled with a C, and it's supposed to make fun of how certain fans insist on spelling his name that way. I just find that hilarious.
Wait,
That's pretty
people
good.
think Kefka's name in Japanese is spelled with a C?
Yeah. So some people are insisting, no, you have to spell Kefka with a C instead of a K, because in Japanese his name is spelled with a
But
C instead
Japanese
of a K.
doesn't have a C.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
I can
Don't
hear the
think too
face
hard
palm
about
from
it.
Guy.
It literally doesn't have one.
Get over it. Like, it doesn't have. Japanese doesn't have a C. You're wrong, you freaking weebs.
So yeah, the game's making fun of those little weebs.
I see people say stuff like that about spellings and pronunciations all the time, and I'm just like, if you took a semester of Japanese, you would feel like such a dumbass.
Man, if only these people understood the language.
Is this just becoming the podcast where we roast weebs?
I'm sorry, I had to bring that up. It's just so funny to me.
I am completely fine with that.
Same here.
Whatever, let's just move on.
Alright, Bailey, you're up next, tomorrow.
Umaro. What is there to talk about with Umaro? He is a Yeti, you find him in a cave. Mog is the only one who he listens to. And he likes hitting stuff. That's about it.
That he likes hitting. Oh, good lord. Now I'm laughing.
Yeah. He has the most badass of like the little ending scenes in the credits.
Yeah, I love his ending scene.
Where he just they're trapped in like Kefka's destroyed tower or collapsing tower, and Umaro is just like, hey, smash!
Just
And just
fucking punches some rocks.
yeah.
Yeah, there isn't much to talk about with Umaro. So let's move on to
Go.
It's a go-go. It's a go-go, baby.
Go. The reason I want to talk
Go-Go's
about
Fire
Go-Go
Adventure.
so much is because there's kind of a fan speculation about him. He's a simple mimic, but here's the thing: he's designed and has the exact same ability as the character of the same name from Final Fantasy V. And due to the whole like void thing from Final Fantasy V, and I know you're wanting to do a Final Fantasy V podcast eventually, Guy, but this needs to be brought up now. About like how like this Go-Go is probably the exact same Go-Go from Final Fantasy V. Which, if that's the case, rip Go-Go, because in his ending, in the tower, it is implied that he died.
Oof.
Because like his is a comedic death though. Like it's just like he copies Celeste to open up switches, and it's like, let's get out of here, and he's still copying Celeste, but you see, there's a little gap between where his platform is and where the rest of the party's platform is. So he just falls all the way down. But that's really all I wanted to talk about with Go-Go, because he's just a silly little character, and I love... A lot of my favorite characters seem to be silly little characters, and also the fact that you meet him by getting swallowed up by a giant worm. I think he has the most unique way of meeting someone in any Final Fantasy game. Like, can you say that? Oh, you can like. Could you go to a pub in any other RPG adventure and be like, "How'd you meet this guy?" Oh, we got swallowed up by a worm. You know, went through it. There's a whole bunch of monsters. And I'm not gonna. Yeah, and I know people are gonna say like, or another one people might bring up is like, well, Kingdom Hearts, but not gonna count that. Ignored.
I was gonna say Rickard
The fuck?
from FF2.
Oh right, and Leviathan.
Yeah.
I forgot about Rickard. My bad.
Wow. Jeez.
Fun fact: the name Go-Go is French for dupe.
I've never heard that in my life.
The more you know.
Weird flex, but okay.
I'm gonna check that. That sounds like bullshit.
Did you also know that the name Go-Go is the word go repeated twice?
What?
I mean, I found that out on the Final Fantasy wiki.
Well, the thing about wikis is that while wikis are somewhat accurate, sometimes they can lie their asses off. Like, sometimes people will want to sound smart.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
why I got confused. It's go-go is a French word for. It's not a verb. It's not to dupe. It is a slang term for calling someone a sucker. That's what it is. That's why I got confused. I'm sorry.
The more you know.
So, time to move on. Talk about
Time to move on.
Leo.
The villains.
So Leo's like the face of the honorable face of the Empire. He's because we've got Kefka, who is the main villain of the game and is a psychopath. We've got the Emperor, who's a manipulative, power-playing little twat, and then we got Leo, who's actually a human being, and he's kind of cool. So he's the honorable bad guy. He helps. Well, not bad guy. He's the honorable Imperial soldier. He helps you out, and of course, he meets his untimely demise with frickin' Kefka. It's a real shame we don't get to meet more of them because what we do have, he's cool.
Leo's kind of the Camus of Final Fantasy VI in a way, if you think about it. You know, loyal to his empire, but doesn't really want to go against. Only difference is, like, you don't have to fight him. But, like, I was thinking about it, and Leo is the Camus of Final Fantasy VI. I know I already said that.
Camus.
Sorry, I think you mean Camus.
I've always said it Camus. I'm not going to change it now.
I'm sorry. I think
I
we
had
mean
to
Chloe.
Had to get that joke in there. Sorry.
I think the first time we see him but outside of a flashback is at Doma, where he tells Kefka, "Hey, there are people like you and me," and he tells Kefka not to poison the river. And then, of course, when he leaves, that's when all heck breaks loose.
That's when Science story arc begins.
Yep.
You know, I do love that they're kind of the two opposite sides of the same coin. Like, Leo's the one that, while is a soldier, he's wanting to do it all honorably, while Kefka's just like, you know what? If nukes existed in Final Fantasy, he'd probably be pressing every single nuke button in the universe just to nuke one castle.
If there was a button that said "Do not press," he would press it.
Of course he would.
To be fair, wouldn't you?
I would.
Who wouldn't press a button?
Yeah, but he'd be the one to press the button 10 times in a row. Just keep pushing it.
Yeah.
I don't think of Patrick Star for some weird reason.
I was thinking Ren and Stimpy.
Alright.
So, Christian, you got anything else to add about Leo?
You kind of already summed it up. Like, everything about him. So, I think we're good.
Alright, boys. It's time for the big one.
Mother freaking Kafka.
Do, 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 do.
Alright, you want to start us off, John?
Sure. We have arrived at the heart and soul of Final Fantasy VI. We can say all we want to about the importance of ensemble casts and all the good heroes and all the ways we can identify with all of them and all the cool lessons they have to teach us. But I don't think it would really be a story if it didn't have some underlying glue to hold the whole thing together, and Kefka is that glue. He is the one constant throughout the entire story, from when we kind of see his entire descent, right? He starts off as this goofy and a little bit deranged lieutenant of the Empire, and just steamrolls from there into complete and total murderous madness. And it's tempting to think of Kefka as kind of the character he dresses as in the end, this sort of clown-like person who's just this murderous jester without being capricious and just murdering for the fun of it. But I think the key to Kefka's character is that what's at the base of his motivation is a total lack of fun. Nothing is interesting to him. Everything is boring. There's a total and complete nihilistic emptiness at the soul of absolutely everything that Kefka does, because he doesn't find joy or value in anything. That's why he creates sheer chaos. Like, all of Kefka's bouncing from one action to another, I read not so much as Kefka enjoying things, even though he has that trademark laugh, and he reacts like this stereotypical sort of madman in some situations. It's because he's it's because he doesn't feel connection to anything. He finds no value in anything that he does. He bounces from action to action thinking, oh, well, this will liven things up, and he watches it play out, and he's like, oh, that happened, on to the next. Like, that's how he feels about the poisoning of Doma. General Leo tells him not to do it. He dumps poison in the water, sees everyone die, and he's like, alright, well, on to the next.
That's neat.
And yeah, exactly. It's like his goal, if at that ending scene where you've got, you're atop Kefka's tower and you're confronting him right before you fade into the final battle, he says his goal is to create a monument to non-existence. I think someone here touched on that line a little while ago.
I did.
But that's precisely what he feels the world should turn into, right? He's gotten bored shining the light of judgment around, destroying whatever he feels like destroying that day, because it's just not enough for him. He doesn't find reward in anything. He tries destruction, he tries more destruction, he tries a different form of toying with people's lives, and just nothing makes him feel complete. Which is why he stands in counterpoint to the heroes in this game, right? It's a story about finding hope, and Kefka is this sort of ultimate thesis of what happens to a person when there is no hope. He is everything that builds Kefka's character is this summation of like hopeless despair. There's nothingness. It's seeing the world as having nothing of value in it and no reason to go on. So why not just take everything out? And that's why beating him feels so good. Not just because he's done all these villainous acts, but because you have the sense from him that he stands for this principle that there's no purpose, no hope, and no real value in anything that we do in the world. And defeating him shows all the human members of the cast that there's more to live for.
Something that's unique about Kefka, you don't see very many villains. That he's a villain that kind of levels up alongside the player when you think about it. Most villains usually already start as the ultimate obstacle, and it's about the hero just gaining power to defeat and overcome the villain. Kefka gets stronger with you. He doesn't start out as OP. Yeah, he's a mage, but he's really not that big of a threat. It's not until, and then his atrocity just sort of scale upward. When we first meet him, he burns down Figaro. Next, he freaking poisons Doma. Then his next big act is betray his liege, kill him, and then blow up the world. And he basically turns into a giant purple angel, which, funny enough, he's intentionally supposed to resemble Lucifer. And there's even and one of his attacks in the Super Nintendo version is called Fallen One, which I think is just brilliant. It's sort of weird, and he's also got a lot of fun etymology, at least according to the wiki. Like his name may derive from a German psychologist called Kafka, who worked on Gestalt psychology.
Oh my lord.
And said psychology was based around hopelessness and existentialism.
Huh.
Other fun facts is that the statues, the stages that you fight them are, I guess, supposed to be based on the Dante's Divine Comedy, which I happen to be a big fan of, and then also kind of based on Michelangelo's Pietà, which, again, kind of fits in with this whole fallen angel god mode thing. But yeah, Kefka is the ultimate psychopathic clown. He's basically what would happen if you give the Joker and Batman magic powers.
The comics
That's another
already
version
did
of
that. Just wanted to point that out there.
Hmm?
Comic
could
books
add-
already did that.
If I could
It's
add
also
one-
kind of I don't know when you say Grant, when you say the Joker, I feel like there's an element of the Joker that senses his purpose in the existence of his opponent, right? The Joker is only there because there's this eternal struggle between that aspect of Gotham City and the aspect of Gotham City that is Batman. Where with Kefka, I don't think Kefka is in search of something that would have that kind of meaning to him from the get-go. Like, Kefka would love to have something that gives him the kind of purpose that Batman gives the Joker, right? But there is nothing that does that. He takes all these extreme actions to feel something, and there's just nothing there. Like, he comes off it. The kind of face he shows you is this murderous psychopathic clown, as you said, but the reason behind that is that there's just absolutely nothing that gives him a sense of any worthwhile nature to the future. Which is why beating him feels so good.
Mhm.
So yeah, I imagine I imagine the rest of our little group would like to say something about Kefka. Now's your chance.
You pointed out like all of like the methods that all the things Kefka does, like poison Doma Castle, set Figaro on fire. You can kind of take it that before he got the power of the Warring Triad, that he was he was more of a coward than anything, He was an insane coward, but he was a coward, because pretty much all of his tactics he did are ones that are often in, pretty much either war crimes, and most war crimes in, fiction and stuff like that are considered cowardly. No honorable person would honestly poison the entire place's water supply. Just a little. But then when he becomes his god form, he no longer does cowardly tactics. He's just I've got this power. Let me destroy this city. Let me destroy this city. Let me unleash fume gaze on everything. Let me unleash dragons on everything. Good luck. Pretty much. But, yeah. You just made me realize that Kefka was a bit of a coward, or becoming the god he becomes at the end.
Yeah, you know what? I totally agree with everything that was said. I don't really have a lot to add because I feel like otherwise I'd just be talking circles. But one thing that I want to point out about Kefka is that whenever I say that I appreciate the kind of villain he is, a villain that scales with the players, a villain that really develops and commits this massive atrocity midway through the game. Whenever I say I appreciate what kind of villain he is, someone always tries to hard counter me like, oh, X character did this in this game, and I'm like, yeah, but they were kind of overpowered to begin with. Kefka was always kind of implied to not be so much of a threat early on into the story of Final Fantasy VI. And I think that's why, in some cases, he managed to get away with some of the war crimes that he committed. Because people didn't look at him like, oh, this guy's a massive threat, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
people let him get away with things. And it progressed to the point where he became so close to unstoppable that he destroyed the world. And that's why I like and prefer him over any other villain I can think of that manages to create some sort of world-changing calamity.
I'd just like to mention one of my favorite moments in the story in general is not too long after when you yourself learn about what Magicite is and what and how you can make pretty much anyone into a magic user. Kefka later on learns about Magicite himself and learns that it is indeed better to have the Espers turned into Magicite rather than forcibly extracting the magic from them. And I love how when he what was the town's name that he invades? He turns a bunch of Espers, forcibly turns them into Magicite, and just basically claims their power
That was
as his own.
Thamasa.
What?
That was Strago's town, Thamasa.
Thamasa. That's the town name.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just forcibly turns a bunch of Espers into Magicite, and is basically that's a pretty good start to his power trip. It's just one of my favorite moments.
Going back to something you said, Christian, Kefka is a coward. Thinking about it, the first time you fight him, he kind of just runs away. In a lot of situations where you fight him, he'll either run away or he's not really fighting. Well, like, how does he kill Leo? He uses an illusion that Leo fights, and then Kefka stabs him in the back.
Yeah.
Think about what Kefka's doing the entirety of the second half of the game. He's just sitting in his tower, beaming down his magical energy to blast things away without being anywhere close to it.
Board. Yeah.
He gained the ultimate coward's power. It's a giant laser that just obliterates anything he points it to.
So, yeah, he's easily one of the best video game villains. Heck, he's one of the best villains I've ever come across.
Yep.
Freaking clowns. They make great villains.
Really do. Like, oh,
It's
I
fun.
should message you about that later.
Alright,
Alright.
last but not least, Ultros.
Ultros!
Alright, everyone, go ham.
Ooh.
Oh boy, where do we even begin?
Best brick joke in video games ever.
Don't tease the octopus, kids.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
seafood
guys.
soup.
Alright guys, just so you know, this section of the podcast is NSFW. We got some circles in here.
Ooh.
Oh!
No, but
That's
really though.
right.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Nah, it's fine. I love every single one of Ultros' encounters. He just provides a needed comedic relief whenever he shows up. It's just...
Yeah. I think I think I mentioned him showing up during Crashing the Opera earlier. I think that was mentioned
You did.
earlier, but I
Yeah.
think my
And it
actual
was
favorite
tons
appearance of his...
fun. Huh?
Yeah, but I think my actual
Yeah.
favorite appearance of his is when he's running the Coliseum, because he gets himself into death.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That is the best. lands himself so far into debt that he no longer holds any animosity towards you, and he's just focusing on settling his debt by working at the Colosseum. It's so silly, and just so out there with everything else that's going on in the game that you just can't help but bring a smile to my face when I get to that part.
I just love how many times he just tries to pick a fight with you and he every time. Every
Yeah.
flipping time.
Yeah, like you win every time, and he kind of makes like little hints, like, "Oh, this isn't the last of it," and then and then he just shows up again, totally out of the blue, probably long after you've forgotten him, and then he's just like, "Sup, bitches."
Now you see, one of my favorite things about Ultros is during the opera scene, if you die to him, like I did many times, he'll actually come with new dialogue, and
Oh, does he?
yeah, and Ultros will be like, "Yeah, I'm back again, and here's another 4-ton weight."
Oh my god.
Yeah, I love that.
Is it just me or do like the CGI versions of Ultros look scary and kind of weird?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
That ain't Ultros.
It's like, what the fuck is this? Give me this.
Not my Ultros.
Hashtag not my Ultros. I also feel like he does. For all the love and awesomeness that we've given to the opera scene, he does really add something that's kind of comedic and hilarious by trying to drop a 5-ton weight on someone's head.
Yeah.
There's just something so epic about having a fight in an opera house, and he just had to give it to us.
I just love how he has the goal to still use the 5-ton weight even after.
And then somehow Ultros manages to get on the flipping airship, and then you just take him out. Like, what? Why?
It makes no sense, and I love it.
Like, how does he even get to these places? He's a fucking octopus.
Well, he gets the. How he
When
gets
there's a will, there's a way.
Well, he's got Mr. Typhon for the airship.
Yeah, I know. It's just so ridiculous and outlandish, but it's great and it's wonderful, and I love it.
So according to the wiki, there's some sort of cafe that serves a food item called marinated orthros, Genovese style. The description that translates to Orthros, lover of many, regretfully defeated and then marinated. However, even after being cooked, his mind still continues to be filled with thoughts of his bro.
Aww.
Oh.
That's hilarious.
Is this not like
his Japanese name?
Yeah,
So
after Greek mythology. I still like Ultros better.
Ted
Ultros is
Woolsey
better.
did a good thing with that. But yeah. Wait, which cafe did you say this was at? This is at like a Japanese cafe?
It says Eorzea. I don't know how to pronounce
It's
it.
a Final Fantasy 14 themed one in Japan. That's the Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah, it's a theme cafe in the Akihabara district. Marinated ultra gross. That is awesome, though.
Oh my god.
yeah, Square Enix has a few cafes over there, and they have stuff like that.
That's so freaking hilarious, though.
Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna go over to. But.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys have read this, but Alan made some funny comments. He said, octopi are super intelligent and have bad habits of breaking out of their tanks and aquariums. Surely that knowledge translates well into infiltrating opera houses and airships.
Ladies and gentlemen, my husband.
He's not wrong though. Have you?
He's not, but he's hilarious. I love just the dry humor he has. It's great. He just says like the most like he makes a lot of logical statements, but whenever he says them or even just types them, they just come out in the funniest of ways. It's kind of great.
He's.
Alright.
Yeah.
So, does
Alright.
anyone else have anything else to say about Ultros?
No.
No?
I think we've all said our collective pieces.
Alright, now we talk about the soundtrack.
Yay, music.
One of the most important aspects of any game.
Okay, so now the second
Um,
half of the podcast.
And now, I'm just going to say one bit before we begin. Jeremy Johns said something about this game's soundtrack that I think needs to be said, and I quote, Nobuo Uematsu, he basically created the Sistine Chapel from Crayola crayons. And I think that pretty much sums up the Final Fantasy VI soundtrack. It's just had very limited technological tools, and yet somehow managed to make something freaking amazing from it.
Alright, first up, the battle theme.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
No, 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 no.
Okay, yeah, but seriously though, love the battle theme.
Same here. Like, honestly, like one of the things that always makes me one of the things that I always appreciate with an RPG is if it has a great battle theme. That because a lot of RPGs you need to grind. Final Fantasy VI isn't really one where you need to grind. You can grind, but in order for me to be able to enjoy grinding, I need to be able to battle theme, which the Final Fantasy VI battle theme is just one of the best in Fantasy history, to be honest. It's in my top 3 next to the Final Fantasy VIII battle theme and the Final Fantasy IX battle theme.
Yeah, this is a battle theme that always gets me pumped up to start a fight with random monsters I can kill easily.
Oh yeah, totally. The battle theme in Final Fantasy VI, I love it, but I think the very first, the very, very part that I love about it the most, and this applies to all of my favorite battle themes in the series, except for one, but the one that ends with the way that this battle theme opens, with that little jingle or whatever you want to call it at the beginning. I love,
You mean
yeah,
the bass
that.
line?
I love, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not very musically knowledgeable, but I love the battle themes in the series that open with that. 6, 9,
Yeah,
Anyway.
I really wish that they kept that through the whole series, but no, they got rid of it in 7 and 8, and then they did it in 9 again, and then they didn't do it ever again.
Makes me sad.
It was
I love
all
it.
through the first 6, and then 9, and that's it.
Yeah, those are easily the best ones, though.
Agreed.
I mean, yeah, they are, but
I'm
Also-
just getting
also-
obvious.
Also, we mentioned the bass line. That's the driving force behind this track for me. I tend to compare. I guess I played Final Fantasy VI, which I knew as Final Fantasy III, before the other Super Nintendo Final Fantasies. So there's clearly kind of a through line between them. Now I'm tempted to kind of consider the 6 soundtrack in the light of its precursors in 4 and 5, because they're very clearly related. But something that I find really cool is that 6 sounds. There's certainly a similarity of sound between 4 and 5. There's the same kind of instrument palette that's going on. Similar sort. Even some of the tracks are designed to sound pretty close to each other. When 6 hits, everything suddenly sounds totally different. The battle track, particularly, is a huge departure from the pretty similar sounding battle tracks of 4 and 5. And, driving that is this super... There's still horns at the top, like the others, but driving that is this, super hyped up bass line going on. Very electric. Which I think totally matches the Final Fantasy VI, steampunk aesthetic. It was steampunk before steampunk was even a word. And it sets the stage really perfectly for it.
Anyone have anything else to add before we talk about the victory fanfare?
Do 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 do.
Alright, right, everyone. We'll all do this together in 3, 2, 1.
I made it just
That
in
got
time for
so
our voices to all
distorted.
die.
Oh my lord.
Oh lord. Also, am I the only one that finds it hard to continue like humming a tune when someone else is humming the same tune, and you try to like match their pitch, and it's just
I have that problem too.
I don't have that problem. So yeah, love the victory fanfare. I will always say whenever something good or victorious happens in my life. Like recently, I just bought a plane ticket to go see DRP, and we were both playing that theme after I got it, made the arrangements. So booyah!
I do the same thing.
It is-
yeah, it's
Every time something good happens, I'm just like da 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 da.
it is such a good victory theme. Then again, it's just the victory fanfare from the entire series. I just really love the Six's rendition.
Yeah.
Da 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 da. Okay,
It's
moving
that-
on.
It's that same horns and bass. It's the same horns and bass as the battle music, which is why it's like it perfectly flows together. Same through line. Turns that panic battle music into total relief and victory.
Alright, next up is The Unforgiven. And I love this one. I associate this theme with what happens with Stein because it plays. So right after he learns that Doma's been wiped out, this is a theme that plays, and it's so good because this is a very good way to show a very vengeance-themed battle. So you could just feel Cyan's rage, and I know it's not the only time this song plays, but probably arguably the most memorable and iconic scene that goes with it. And its title is perfect, The Unforgiven. You do not forgive someone who just wipes out your country and your wife and child like that. And shortly after, Cyan does it by going on a rampage against Imperial soldiers. So yeah, another really good, heart-pounding, good time. Anyone else? Anything to add?
Nothing much.
No.
We're good.
Okay, John, Phantom Forest, take it away.
Phantom Forest. So it's called the Phantom Forest because it plays there, but really this is the cave song, plays in all the underground places. And I will say, again, I just talked about comparing 6 to 4 and 5, but there's kind of another through line between 4 and 5 that I really, really, really appreciate, which is this like flute aria that plays in caves. 4 had it, 5 had it. They were tracks of like really unusual sort of like solemn beauty, I would say. So the Phantom Forest, despite being named for a forest, is the same thing for Final Fantasy VI, and it is the highest achievement of the cave flute song before 7 happened, and there were none ever again. It's kind of haunting in its way. That opening, I don't even know what the instrument is, but that opening phrase is a little leads you on, but it still kind of scares you a little bit. But in its way, it's really quite something really quite pretty. You feel like you're far, far away from the world, which is kind of the same aesthetic that 4 and 5 had their cave songs aiming for as well. And as much as the flute takes the lead, I think the secret sauce to the hamburger of the Phantom Forest song is the guitar that plays underneath it, which really gives it a little bit extra fullness and character, and just it's a really cool sounding song. It's also a little bit sad because it's the last cave flute song that Final Fantasy has, but at least it went out on a high note. That's all I got.
Anyone else have anything to say? Okay, kids run through the city.
Oh boy.
I'm the jukebox.
So if you want to go ahead, Bailey, you can start this one.
Kids running through the city. I adore this theme. I always love the relaxing town themes, where it feels like you could just be at ease and just take care of whatever you need to get done.
That's alright. Go on, sorry.
The moment you enter the town, any of your previous worries just sort of melt away as you just walk through the town. explore, go to shops, talk to the townsfolk, etc. It's just relaxing.
Yeah, that's what I love about it too. Usually, whenever I wake up and it's the weekend, and I have this song playing in my head. It's like do 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 do.
Do 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 do.
It's one of the most recognizable ones for me. It's peaceful, relaxing, and yeah, pretty much
Yeah.
everything Bailey said.
It's that town theme where you listen to it and you can feel all of your worries or fears melting away. It's really nice.
They should play this song at spas and jacuzzis. I would
Right?
find it relaxing.
Just taking a nice dip in a spa and just having this theme in the background.
Solid stuff. All right. Does anyone else have anything to say before moving on? Alright, cool. Alright, so protect the Esper. So this is the theme that plays during the siege of Narshi when Kefka's trying to get the Esper, and you've got to protect the Esper. Hence the name. So yeah, so so this is the one that once again is very good battle music. This one it sounds very urgent, and it has that sound where it's like, okay, everything you know and love is being threatened, and you've got to fight to save it with all your heart and mind and soul. And yeah, I've always loved that, and it's even got a little bit of Terra's theme, and it's like right at the end. But then it follows it with something like that sounds more courageous and bold. So yeah, that's all I had to say about it.
I thought I thought it cut out for a second. But
Oh, okay. What was the last thing you heard then?
Oh yeah, actually, what you said was a complete. It's ended with your sentence, but it sounded like it sounded rather. How you ended it sounded rather abrupt to me. Is all I was saying.
Oh.
It sounded rather abrupt.
Alright.
Anyway, I said everything I need to say. So, if you guys want to move on, decisive battle. Guy,
Yes.
Bailey, you guys are up.
Yes, the Decisive
Dun
Battle
dun
is one of my
dun
favorite.
dun 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 dun
I believe
dun.
Smooth McGroovy even had his own version of this theme.
Yeah, he
did,
acapella it.
yes.
He did the acapella of it.
It's
I
so
love
good.
it.
I love Smooth and Groove, but yeah, so the Decisive Battle is it's this very kind of rock inspired sort of tune with that super amazingly fast synth arpeggio, and it gets you so pumped up to do a boss fight. Like, yeah, I'm gonna kick your ass. I love it. I love it so much. It's so well composed.
like that-
It's simple in its composition. Like, it just, in terms of music theory, it's really just going up and down the scale. It's nothing super special in that regard, but it's so energetic and just you know what I mean? I want to punch a snail in the face.
Screw you, snail. Get punched in the face.
Just not in the shell.
Just don't punch him while he's in the shell.
You know, that snail bastard always ended up going in the shell right as I was about to do an attack.
Oh, I hate when that
God.
happens.
See, I usually play the game on an emulator because I don't have the game anymore. But yeah, sometimes I'll speed up in that fight, and I've had so many times where I reverse the speed up just in time for me to accidentally punch his.
Yar har fiddle dee dee, do what you want because I'm tired this free. Yeah, decisive battle. It just gets you pumped up for the fight and keeps you pumped up. It never drops the beat. I love it for it.
That
Okay.
baseline, dude. That baseline.
That baseline.
Because I'm all about that bass.
It's all
Final
about that
Fantasy VI is,
bass.
like, the best.
That is an accurate description of me today, apparently.
If you want to be nitpicky, it's technically the closest thing the Super Nintendo can do to a guitar, but they use it like a bass.
Oh, is that the same as their higher register guitar? That is actually
Yeah,
pretty
it's
cool.
the I forget whether it's the overdrive guitar or the distortion guitar, but it's one of those two MIDI MIDI processors with Final Fantasy VI's sound font, and they use that for the bass. Like in this normal battle theme, I should have said this there. That's what that is. It's that guitar sound font.
Neat.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to add before we move on to Forever Rachel? Okay. Nat, Christian, you guys ready?
Jukeboxing. Alright. Christian, do you want to start or should I start?
I'll let you start.
Alright, so I already talked about this song earlier while we were talking about Locke and Celeste and their character arc. And as I said earlier, I do not think that Forever Rachel is a theme about Rachel herself. I believe it is a second direct character theme for Locke, because while Locke's theme itself shows its stoic side, Forever Rachel shows the hidden pain that he feels, the hidden remorse, and that need to fight to erase the sins of his past, as I said earlier. And I think the slow melody of the song, the flute, and all the other instrumentation of the track is just so wonderfully put together. It's tear-jerking. It really makes you feel for Locke's situation and what he had to live through and what he has to remember.
That pretty much hits the nail on the head, but like, also when you first hear it, like, it's also, I'm just gonna say it's one of my favorite sad songs in all of gaming. Like, it's one of the most, like, every time I hear it, I just can't help but tear up, personally. Like, you again, like, Locke's struggle, like, how he failed to protect the girl that he loved, or the first girl that he loved, technically, and refuses to just let go of his past. And even when you first... Actually, do you hear this theme before this point? But anyway, the first time that I remember hearing this theme is when you first meet Rachel's body, and how he is holding on to the past by literally paying to keep her in suspended animation. You know, it's like, it kind of represents his kind of obsession with his past, too. We already kind of covered this.
Anyone else got anything to
Yeah,
add?
we really did. Yeah, I can't think of anything to say about it that hasn't been covered already, but such a good...
Alrighty then. Nat, Johnny C. Bad.
Alright, I'm gonna pop this into the chat.
Ooh.
Best tavern theme in the history of gaming or any other medium of entertainment. I don't care what you say, fuck you, fight me.
Why would we fight you? You're right.
I'm just saying, no argument can be made against this. I don't care. It's that good. It is the most knee-slapping theme that I have ever heard. I love the piano. I love everything about this song. And it is, you know, I really do see this as a total gem amongst a game rife with sad songs or heroic sounding tunes. This was just fun. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway.
Anyone else want to add to it?
Nah.
Nah. I just needed to
Christian,
talk about how
Dark World?
fun this song is.
Dark World. What, like, pretty much this song is, like, the perfect tone setter for, like, the point, for the World of Ruin when you first start it. It's like, you first go into the world map, and all you hear is this intense theme that goes, dun, 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 dun. And you just feel the oppressiveness of this new world. How, like, along with the visuals that you see while walking around the world map, of, like, how desolate the world is, how pretty much all life pretty much is now living in fear of the person that caused this, well, dark world. And also, I know it's not on our list, but can I also talk about it in contrast to the song that comes in as the world theme right after it? The Finding Friends song? Like, would it be okay to talk about that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So in contrast, it's like, right after, like when you find the airship, in contrast, instead of this whole oppressive theme, you've got this song that gives hope, that lets you know that you are not stuck dealing with this cold, dead world. You can make it better. In fact, you will make it better. That was some mic feedback right there.
Okay. Okay, Christian. Drum dance.
Alright, guys. Dancing Mad.
Oh,
Yes.
By the way, quick comment. I found a really good power metal rendition of Dancing Mad if you guys want me to link it to you later.
Yes.
Please.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes.
I feel like every power metal rendition of Dancing Mad must be a good one.
You had.
It is. Anyways.
You think we wouldn't want this?
Do you need to ask?
Anyways, Dancing Mad, go.
Oh, you mean talk about it? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so.
I'll go. It's a
Okay.
suite. That's incredible. The ending of the game is a 4-movement suite. I'm looking at iTunes right now. My copy of it clocks in at 17 minutes and 40 seconds. If anyone ever thought that Final Fantasy was not serious about its music, this is the demonstration that they are wrong. It's fantastic. It's just so sweeping in scope from the beginning all the way to the end. First movement begins with a sound like it sounds exactly like the beginning of the game. It's the same opening bell and those chords on the organ that recall all the way back to the opening scene. But then it builds that into something much more sinister because of the part of Kefka's statue that you're fighting. I always considered the 3 parts of the tower at the end of the game you climb to fight Kefka to be kind of recalls of the 3 statues that you fought before. But like this certainly adds different sort of character to each of them because you have this like organ and a chorus and it's a multiple movement sort of thing. It just adds this sort of imprimatur of sacred music onto it that really takes it from out of the sort of electric steampunky sorts of fights we've been having all along with those sort of songs we've been discussing. It really takes it into something that has a much higher and even more serious sort of tone to it, if such a thing is possible. It's in 4 movements. My goodness, it's in 4 movements. 3 movements through the tower, and then the glorious burst of discordant synths when you hit Kefka at the top. It is an epic compositional undertaking, and it's done so perfectly.
As like one of the things that I like to talk about with music is more of like the meaning of like the title. So like Dancing Mad, like as you said, John, like the song like progresses as you descend up Kefka's tower, like tower of boss, like. So I'm running out of words right now. I've been talking a lot today, but yeah. So like as you're going up his tower of distorted desires and distorted just everything, where you finally meet the mad god himself dancing atop the ruins that he created, you know? And as you get to his part, which and like it just picks up when you get to him because he is intense. Like the intensity picks up because he is intent on trying to kill you. He will dance on your graves. He will dance on the corpses of those who have gone against him. All while laughing in glee. And I feel this theme just exudes that. You know? Even if he isn't successful in that. Just kind of my interpretation of it.
And it also kind of calls to mind the fact that it's sort of written in the cards that he's going to lose, right? I mean, there's kind of that when it hits that fourth movement, it has once again a callback to the beginning of the game. That's how it begins, with those layered on enormous organ chords that lead into Kefka's appearance. And then there's this super fast-paced discordant synth section, and then the section ends, and it takes a much longer time, and it's in much more kind of repose about things. It seems almost resigned, almost sad, like, because that's the core of what Kefka is. I mean, he may, put on a face of outward glee at the things he does to give himself a sense of in-the-moment gratification, but really deep down he's just utterly empty, and there's nothing that makes him genuinely happy. There's just no purpose to him. Like, that's that second movement of the Kefka movement, the second section, the Kefka movement of Dancing Mad. But that's what it's about. Like, that's why it takes that sort of slow, reflective, sad tone to it, because that's really who Kefka is on the inside. There's just nothing there. Question for y'all. Which is your favorite movement of Dancing Mad?
Ooh,
Probably the first one.
that's a tough question. Can I answer with all of them?
Yeah, same here.
Because they
Same
blend
here.
I'll take it.
they're all so good. They blend so perfectly into each other. Ah! God, ow, sorry. My cat just jumped up on my shoulder and dug all of her claws into it.
Bad cat, bad cat.
Ow. Normally she hates me, but she's been jumping up on me like for the last hour. Oh, I'm sorry if I killed your guys' ears.
That's easily my favorite part.
What, the part where I kill your ears? And part of the
Yeah.
I was humming the tune. That was humming the
Yep.
tune I
No,
like.
I hear you.
I love the
It's
whole
a tough
tune.
call for me. Yeah, it's. I mean, all of it's so.
I think for
Masterful.
me, the very beginning part is the most memorable, where it's like that slow haunting organ, and then it goes to the frantic synth, and the drums get crazy, and where it really picks up. I think just that movement is the most memorable part of it for me.
I can totally get that. I get goosebumps every time I hear it, because it's like you immediately associate it with the bookend of the piece, right? You started the game with exactly that sound, and it is how they begin the final fight. Cool stuff. My personal take, I always found how I feel when it goes into the third movement is pretty incredible, because up to that point it's been like the first movement is deep and dark and oppressive and final, climactic, and the second movement starts being all chaotic, and there's the chorus is popping out these staccato notes everywhere, and then at the beginning, as you start to move up to the third layer, everything goes quiet, and there's this one lone bell, and you're like, uh-oh, what's coming next? And then there's this beautiful major key melody that just soars up above everything. and you hear Kefka's theme song underneath it, also in a major key, and you're just like, oh my goodness. It brings me more in touch with the kind of sacred music that they're aiming at with that whole progression of things. And it's just such a sudden turnaround into something unexpected that I just love that moment. But like all the other three movements are incredible too. So there you go.
Alright, so does anyone have anything else to add? Alright, John, Prelude, the final soundtrack bit.
The last shall be first. So the Prelude, I mean, every Final Fantasy has it. Yes, this is my favorite version of the Prelude in every Final Fantasy. As Johnny C. Bad is to Nat's
Okay.
collection of tavern songs, this one is to my versions of the Final Fantasy Prelude. I love how it takes it's slow, but somehow the Final Fantasy VI flute just does it so much justice that it's really something special for me.
Alrighty then. Alright, the gameplay.
Gameplay, yes.
Oh, baby.
Yes, 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 yes.
So,
Let's
Final
go.
Fantasy VI uses what now seems to be the traditional Final Fantasy RPG mechanics, active time-based battles, engage over a series of random encounters. How do these elements hold up when you play the game today?
Okay, so I want to go first because this.
Bailey, if you'd like to start us off.
What?
I hear Guy wants to go first.
Yes. Okay, so.
Yeah.
So I
Okay,
love-
Guy, do you want to go first?
Yes, I do. I'm excited.
Now you seem excited. Go
I am
ahead.
very excited. I love the active time battle system. I use it myself. I love games that use it. And the reason I love it so much is because it's a way for turn-based traditional games to balance their slower and more thought-out strategic sort of ideas for gameplay with pushing the player ever forward, pushing them to think quickly, to execute their actions quickly, and get to know like their characters, what they can do on a fly, and I love that. I love that it picks up the pace of these kind of games, and it's so good. I'm very sad Final Fantasy abandoned it, but I love that other games have picked up the slack. It's
Uh-huh.
it's such a good system.
Personally, I kind of prefer Chrono Trigger's, I guess, version of encounters in Final Fantasy VI's, but I don't mind it.
Well, I mean, they both use the active time battle system. The difference is Chrono Trigger's encounters are set and they appear on the map, which I like. I do like. We'll talk about that when we talk about Chrono Trigger. But the battle system itself is pretty much exactly the same. Like even Chrono Trigger, the original version, if I recall correctly, even has a little thing under it that says active time battle. Like on the title
it does.
screen, I think it is.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, so it's the same system that it is in Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6. It's just they use it in a little bit of a different... Like, they put different things around it in that game, and we'll happily talk about that when we talk about Chrono Trigger. But yeah, it's... And Square Enix still uses it to this day in games like I Am Setsuna, which I loved very much, and Lost Sphere, which I loved. I'm glad they're keeping it going. And so am I, yes. Hashtag nameless plug. Sorry, shameless plug.
The ATB battle system is a very fun system for me to use for the reasons Guy described. It keeps the pace going. That's what I love. That's what I love about RPGs that use the ATP fighting system. It keeps the pace going. It keeps me on my toes. It makes me think. This case with Cyan move, his special thing where it costs you time in order to power up his move. Stuff like that makes me really just always find enjoyment from the system. I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, the active the ATB system, I actually really love it as well. It is my personal favorite RPG battle system because it's so hard to get overwhelmed. You have these action-based RPGs. You get Final Fantasy XII, Xenoblade Chronicles, all the games like that. It's so easy to get crushed by a mob of enemies. It's so hard to lose easy to lose your focus. And so easy to get overwhelmed and just crushed. But in the ATB systems, you have more time to formulate a strategy. You have more time to think about what you're doing. And the ATB really keeps up the momentum without having to pressure you for time before a horde of enemies runs over and punches you in the face.
How do you all feel about random encounters?
I love them.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of. I got active time battle mixed up with random encounters.
So
You fool!
I'm of two minds
I'm-
on the random encounters thing myself. On the one hand, I do like that they were sort of a tradition and they make it easier for game developers to kind of tweak the balance of the game and how they can adjust. It's easier for them to adjust the level curve in the game because if they make an area have a lot of random encounters, then the player is naturally going to fight more of those. They're going to get more experience. They can push a level curve up for a big story beat easier. But on the other hand, what more modern games are doing that I like is with encounters on the map that usually lends a lot more vibrant life to the feeling of the game. Like seeing all of the monsters run around in their natural habitat on the screen makes it feel a lot more alive, but the drawback of that is that some players can have a tendency to ignore battles if they like just want to go into the next place, if they get impatient or whatever, and then they can get themselves underleveled and get steamrolled by the next boss, and then they get upset and they quit. And so I think the random counter system is kind of a good way for designers to protect players from themselves, which is a phrase that I like to use. And it's, I don't know.
You know-
I'm of two minds on that. I like it either way.
I've always been used to random encounters, but that's like I'm gonna talk about both like the ATB system and the random encounters. Like honestly, like when I was younger, like I loved the ATB system because when I was younger, a lot of like Pokemon felt too slow for me when I was a kid, and like action games where like beat 'em ups and stuff felt too fast for me. So I loved that little balance where like, you know, it's turn based, but you have time, but you're on a timer so that like enemies will still kick your ass if you don't actually move and do shit. And then as for random battles, I don't know. As a kid, I think it's just because like these two things were going on both as I was a kid. Like random encounters were being phased out and on-map encounters were being added in. But like I remember playing remake of Romancing Saga as a kid and getting freaked out by the non-random encounters on the map. But while random encounters, I'm just like, oh, okay, a random battle pops up. I'm losing my mouth today. But yeah, so with the random encounters, it pops up, and I'm just like, okay, cool, I've got a battle. Let's see this one today. That's just my take on it.
I'm glad you brought
So
that up.
this is when I got confused with active time battle. So yeah, I'd prefer. I don't like random encounters. I guess laugh out loud. They're random. I guess I prefer being able to pick and choose when I want to fight. If that makes sense.
I don't really mind random encounters. Like, for me, I pretty much don't. I don't have a preference for what type of encounter I like if I can walk around the enemy or if I'm forced to fight him head on in a random encounter. I just don't care either way. I always go for fights anyways, so I just enjoy the battle itself more so than just finding the encounter.
Okay, so
Alright, next.
question, or
Sure.
okay.
How do the characters' unique abilities add to your sense of their identity in the story?
Oh man, so
Oh boy.
Ooh.
I think that is an excellent example of them tying the story and the character building to the gameplay, and I eat that stuff up. It's so great because obviously a lot of the characters in this game fill similar roles to what previous Final Fantasies have already established, including the ones that have the sort of classes like 1 and 3 and 5. But here, it's not like 1 or 3 or 5 where you pick what they do. That everyone has their own sort of set job class. Locke is the thief, treasure hunter. Strago and Gao kind of are both blue mages, but Gao is a different take on it. And I also really like how some of the characters like Cyan and Sabin have like their own way of inputting their own unique commands, and it makes them more memorable to me. It makes it easier to associate like the character's written traits that you're being told to through the writing when you see those, like what they do in battle play out and execute those commands, all button inputs with your own two hands. And I really, really love how this game does it, and I wish more did it like it, and I wish I could do that myself. It is amazing.
Well said. Can't really think of anything to add. You pretty much covered every point I wanted to say about it, so.
Same here.
Pretty much, yeah, goddamn.
I mean, yeah, it's a
Yeah.
tool for differentiating between characters, right? And that's it. That's all in service of its theme about hope. It's to prove that hope is one in a whole bunch of people putting, of different backgrounds and origins coming together and seeing their way to the future as one body.
Okay, next up then.
Which party do you normally like to use, and which characters do you find to be the most fun to play?
Oh boy.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
I'll go.
Okay, Haley, go
I'll
first this
take the
time.
reins for this one first. Alright. My normal party I use by the end game most of the time will consist of Terra, Edgar, Cyan, and Locke. I absolutely love using these characters, especially Sabin, because I've been a huge fan of fighting games for a long time now. So Sabin as a character with his special ability is just so fun to use for me.
Man, that's exactly what I was
Edgar
gonna
with
say
his
about
tools. Edgar with his tools, Terra with her magic and the ability to become an Esper. Shit. I honestly find those characters to be the most fun to play for me.
I was going to say the same thing about Sabin. I'm not as big on fighting games as you are, but I do love the way that they do it. It feels a lot like doing a combo in Street Fighter. I'm sure that's exactly what they were going for. It's
Yep, in fact, one of Sabin's blitzes is actually the same output as Ryu's Hadouken.
Is it
Hadouken.
really? I never.
Yep.
Wow. Well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
See, I love that idea. Taking actual inspiration from a real fighting game to make your physical bruiser, and I also really like using Cyan. Like I was saying a minute ago, with how those two are in particular done uniquely. I like Cyan's idea. He's trained to be like a patient samurai warrior and fight with honor, and so you the more you wait, the more you let him bide his time, the better.
Power up.
Yeah, I love.
Yeah.
It also kind of lends a little bit of like a almost kind of. I don't want to really draw this comparison, but I can't think of a better word. It almost kind of reminds me of like a shonen anime sort of thing, like sitting there charging up in the middle of a fight and then. You know what I mean? Does that comparison make sense to anybody? Our words?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I feel like my brain is fried, sorry. But yeah, so Cyan,
Fair.
7. And I don't usually use
So,
Strago or Gal very much myself. I don't usually use blue mages that much, but I wanted to talk about them when I was talking about Strago as a character earlier because I really, really love the idea behind them. And I'm glad that they're here in FF6. I'm glad they were there in 5. And it's like learning, observing the enemy's patterns and attacks and using them. And it gives characters like Strago and Gal a really unique tool set to work with. And it makes them, just by that alone, it stands out. And for the players, it's a different way to get abilities, because normally in a traditional RPG like this, you just either you learn them by leveling up, or you buy them, or you get given them as part of the story. But here, with blue mages, you go out of your way to learn those abilities. So these characters are literally only as good as you, the player, make them. And that's
There's
why
this
I love
cool
it.
collection. Yeah, and there's this cool like collection aspect to it too, right? I mean, it's like you have this. There is a sum total of the possible lores or rages that you could learn over the course of the game. And it's kind of fun to go from place to place and seeing, oh, this enemy teaches this move. Oh, that's a new move. Maybe Strago can learn it. Yeah, so it is. So he can, and so on and so forth. I had a game where I collected every rage. Do not do that at home. It was a horrible waste of time, but I did it.
Oh,
Great.
All you need is Stray Cat. Just saying that.
The sad part is that was the conclusion I came to after getting them. There really isn't much better than the one you can get immediately. So if someone could go back and tell College John that'd be great. But meantime, it's addictive to like collect this stuff. Like that's one of the really cool parts of the Blue Magic characters. Like there's a sense of authorship you have over it. I'm going to put a pin in that because I'm going to address that in the
To
next
add
item on
more
our
to
agenda.
what you're saying
But-
there, because you've been saying this whole time that Final Fantasy VI does a really good job of appealing to people of all kinds of demographics. I like that the Blue Mage sort of appeals to the completionists and people that want to get absolutely every tiny little thing. Like that's
Hey, that's me.
those abilities in a list and seeing them play out in battle is a really good thing for people like that. It's a really tangible reward for the effort.
I'll go next. My normal party, sometimes I like to use Terra, Celeste, and the Figaro brothers. Sometimes I'll use Cyan, sometimes on a wall. I really do like having magic, especially in this game of all games. And, you know, the Figaro brothers, I also love their unique abilities, because they can do lots of damage, they're powerful, and they don't have the limitations that magic has. So with magic, you have to have MP, or otherwise you can't use it. With blitzes and with tools, you can just pretty much use them whenever. So that's always a cool thing, and that's actually the party I mostly use now, is just Terra or Celeste, and then I have the Figaro brothers with me. I'm not using Cyan as much right now, but I've used them more in the past. Let's see. Nat, have you talked about the party that you normally like to use?
I have not, actually. But in my first playthrough of the game, my endgame party, I think, was Terra, Edgar, Locke, and Stetzer, I think. But
Sense
I like pretty much the same party setup as those four. But I getting to endgame, I like to either swap out Celeste for Terra. So basically same setup, but either Celeste or Terra is what I like to go for.
Oh, nice.
I've always wanted to use Sabin for endgame, but I'm just so bad at remembering fighting inputs, and every time that I use him in battle, I end up looking at the menus and try to remember shit, so I just don't. Kind of sad, because I actually do play BlazBlue and Guilty Gear, so, you know.
I'll fight you.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I think I haven't gone yet, from what I remember.
No, you have not.
Okay, so my party layout is pretty much the Figaro Bros and Gal and Go-Go. The reason for that is, well, Edgar's attacks never miss with tools. Like, tools all have, like, it auto-hit. Sabin's, Aura Cannon, which is pretty simple, just down, down, left, deals enough damage. Gal, you can use him in his Stray Cat ability, and yeah, Stray Cat, and then he does Cat Scratch for about, like, minimum 2,000 damage. Late game, it's about, like, 6,000 damage. And, with Go-Go, I like to equip the Genji Glove on him, have him imitate Gao and become Berserk with Stray Cat, so that he does Cat Scratch for the first attack, usually about, like, 3,000 damage, then the second following attack always seems to be like 8,000 damage. So pretty much, I just use them and they wipe out everything. Until I get the Soul of Thamasa from Cultist Tower, then I just equip that and Gold Hairpin on Terra, and have her learn after she's learned Ultima, and just double spam Ultima with Trance Terra the entire game. But that's really my party setup. Because dealing over 10,000 damage is just knucking futz.
Knucking futs. Okay, I'm stealing that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
That's all sorts of bass backwards, and I love it.
So, has everybody said what party they normally use?
I don't remember John saying his party.
John?
Oh, you called me out. See, here's the thing. I don't really have, like, a regular party I can think of.
I played the game like twice.
I just, like... I don't know. I like all the characters so much. There's not... Even the obnoxiously precocious child, which is usually something I have a very short patience with in games like this. Like, even she's alright. So I've used them all from time to time. It's really tough for me to say which party I regularly use. I will say that Morph breaks games, so Terra is obviously a shoe-in most good parties. And Locke's Steel Command is, like, the most addictive version of Steel that has ever occurred in any Final Fantasy ever. And Sabin and Edgar are really useful in combat, and we talked about lures and rages, and I think Interceptor is a great little touch for Shadow, so that's way more than 4 people. So yeah, I have no idea. I don't usually have a team, but I love all of the different characters have value to me.
I can respect that.
They're all really good, to be honest. Like, I actually had a hard time thinking about... You guys were talking about it. Like, I realized that those were the 4 I ended up using the most of my playthroughs, but everyone is really good. That's probably something I'll discuss more about with the next question point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so the next point, the Espers, assigning the Espers to characters and learning magic from them, and how does that affect us? Well, I guess since I read the question, I'll start us off again. Again, like with everybody kind of having their own job class. I love this idea, and I love that it ties the story and the gameplay together. But another thing I like about it is Final Fantasy, up to this point in the series, has pretty much built its identity on players being able to make what they want out of their party, customize what kind of job classes they're using. FF1 had you pick 4 out of 6 job classes. FF2 had you just do whatever you want to do, and they get better at doing that by doing it. And then 3 and 5 had the now traditional job system, like you just pick the job out of a list. 4 was the weird one out there and didn't really have anything like that. Everybody just kind of did their own thing, and that was pretty much it. And I think Final Fantasy VI would have been more of the same with that, except 6 has a larger cast, so there's more party configurations you can use, and the Esper system, which lets you give a specific Esper to a specific character, and they will learn the abilities you want them to learn if you give them the right Esper. So that gives you a little bit more agency over how they develop and what options they can give you in battle. And I really, really dig that.
Piggybacking on that point, I think I mentioned the word authorship when we talked about the last
You did. I like that
question.
word from you.
Yeah, so there's a great series of articles available online. Of course, now I forget entirely what they're called, but there's a great series available online of articles that kind of pick apart the gameplay mechanics of Final Fantasy VI and all the good stuff it's doing kind of under the hood. And one of the things they refer, this is as good a place as to talk about this as any, one of the things they refer to in terms of kind of the item stash that accumulates over the course of the game, they use a term they call metonymic time. And I think coming from a board gamer background, would call it the tableau effect.
Ooh.
I have called it that elsewhere. Here's what I'm thinking. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying high-fiving you from the computer screen.
High five back to you, sir. High five back to you. So what I mean by the tableau of this, kind of in board gaming, there tends to be, in at least some games, like you'll start out with nothing in front of you, right? You'll have a blank space kind of devoted to you and your personal collection of like abilities, and then over the course of the game you'll start to put tokens on what's in front of you, or maybe you'll put cards there, or maybe something will grow out of that empty space to have some structure and it'll represent all the abilities you have. And then at the end of the game, if you look back on the stuff that's like sitting in front of you, you will see this kind of display, this tableau, if you will, of stuff that you've built up over the game that kind of tells the story of the choices that you've made during the game and all the abilities that lets you have at the end of it. That's what I call the tableau effect. There's that feeling of authorship that you have over your game simply from looking back at your collection and seeing, oh yeah, I remember when I did this, that allowed me to do the following, or I remember when on that one turn someone did this one thing and that allowed me to take this part into my tableau. Final Fantasy VI creates a big, enormous tableau effect over the course of the entire experience to let you really feel authorship of stuff. One of the ways it does that is with items, which is pretty ingenious because there's like this. There are different, classes of weapons or hats or armor that some people can equip, but some other people can't equip those. And so there's this kind of like selective arsenal that sort of builds up, and many of the things by the end of the game are like unique, or there's one or two copies of them maybe, but not enough to go around everyone, and there's not necessarily a clear ultimate weapon for every single person, so that by the end of the game you have this whole collection of things you could consider conceivably equipping people with, and all of those sort of tell a story of where you got them, and you remember what they do, and you remember the special effects that'll have on certain characters in battle, and there's just this feeling of authorship that comes over the whole experience because of that. I think this is a long-winded way to get back to the Esper point. I think Esper build-outs are a form of creating that tableau effect. Like, you can create individual magic profiles for each of the 14 different characters, however you like, however you think is appropriate. And then looking back on once you've got them together, you can say, wow, look at all this work that I put in to make this experience my own. Look at how, how many people I taught Ultima, maybe, or look at how I have built out this character to know all the elemental spells, or this, so on, so on, and so on. Why more games haven't learned how to do this from Final Fantasy VI is beyond me, because I find it to be one of the most engaging parts of team building in the entirety of the Final Fantasy series. 6 nails that on the head. I just wish more games would learn to build a tableau effect quite as persuasive as that. But I think Espers play right into that effect.
Going off the ultimate weapons point that you were talking about with Final Fantasy VI and how nobody has an ultimate weapon, they actually changed that in the GBA version, with the bonus dungeon of the Dragon's Den, where you defeat the second versions of each of those 8 dragons, you get an ultimate weapon, but again, that's a bonus dungeon full of super bosses, so make of that what you will.
I think that's more intended as sort of a extra completionist sort of thing you can do.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, but yeah, so, pretty much, one of the things that I love about Esper is, as people have already said, pretty much it allows for, ultimate customization. You could turn Sabin into a mage, a complete mage, give him, the Espers that boost their magic stat, his MP, all that stuff.
Which I do every time I play the game.
Yeah, because teaching, I just get a satisfaction teaching Sabin Ultima, or Kiraga, or Kier 3 as the
and have him make great use out of it, and still have access to those physical moves.
And still being good with those physical moves, because his strength will be fine. Or if someone's lacking in HP, you just give him, something like, Villa Garmonda. Or, well, not Villa Garmonda. Carbuncle. Carbuncle gives, 20% extra HP. And stuff like that, It's great to help your character's weaknesses become not weaknesses. But that's pretty much all I've got on that.
I think with that, going along with party customization, I think it's kind of interesting because you could figure out who you want to have learn what, and there's also diversity in what the Espers ultimately teach you. For example, right now I'm trying to have as many characters as I can learn Seraphim, so I can have multiple Cure 2 and Life, so I can bring someone back if they get knocked out, or I can cure, and it does have a huge effect on the game and how you play it. Well, I guess it's nice. It's not my favorite aspect of the game, but I mean, there is value to it and it has its merits, I guess.
For me, with my 10 years of constantly playing and replaying this game, I have learned to adore this system, as it allows me to add so much variety to so many different characters, what I could do with them. It allows me to, it allows for the ultimate customization, and I could use whoever I please, and they'll be able to contribute in some way or another, even if I don't like what they do, like with, say, Mog and his dancing. It gives me the variety I need to sustain multiple playthroughs of a game.
Yeah, I think it really does add replayability, and that's something huge that I look for in JRPGs especially, because there's a good handful of them that don't have anything or any incentive to play it multiple times, but a lot of the Final Fantasy games, specifically 6, with the level of customization offered with the Esper system and the huge party variety, offers probably some of the most replayability out of any JRPG that I've played.
Granted, with all of this customization in hand, it does result in the game being easy. But honestly, that does not stop me from having a blast with it every time I play it.
Same
Yeah.
boat. If
Yeah.
there's any weakness to Final Fantasy VI, it's that it's not a difficult game, but I don't think I turned to it for difficulty. So
Yeah, I do not
Yeah.
think that a game's difficulty should equate to how much fun it is, personally. I think some people, yeah, if you want a difficult game and if you that's up to you. For me personally, it's not something that I usually look for.
man, if
Same.
I'm up against a difficult game, I usually just lose it. That's how it works. So
Yeah.
kind of glad Final Fantasy VI softballs me.
I'm of the mind that a game's difficulty should match what is going on in its story. So if the tenser moments should be harder, and the more, I guess, A to B transitional moments should be easier. So if I had one complaint about Final Fantasy VI, it would be I think it's a little too easy for how dark it is, but, you know, it's still fun at the end of the day. And it still gets its themes across anyway. So it's not really a big deal. It's a minor flaw in a fantastic game. No game is perfect.
Mhm.
Alright, so now, the final gameplay question. Which boss fight adds the most to your appreciation of this game? And I will definitely say Ultros.
Gonna say
Yeah, I was just about to
Ultros.
shout Ultros.
Actually, for me, it's a four-way tie between Ultros, Ultros, and Ultros.
Yeah, Ultras definitely, because amidst a cast of really dark, kind of gritty bosses, and with the overall serious tone of the game, as we said multiple times earlier, Ultros brings that light into the game. That he brings that comic relief. That just, yeah, you know what I mean. He's good. He's a little out there, he's a little weird, he's silly, he's funny, but he keeps you grounded in a way, is what I find. Plus, he's fun to fight against.
Yeah.
He also just stands out because, let's be honest, I don't really remember most boss fights unless it's like, freaking Kafka. But Ultros, yeah, you remember him. He definitely makes a huge impression with each fight.
Everyone else has said Ultros for their boss, their most memorable boss, right?
Yeah.
Okay, mine is actually pretty different. I mean, I love Ultros, but the boss I remember the most, just for because there's multiple methods in 6 on how to beat a boss, to be honest. And the one that standed out to me the most was the Magimaster in the Cultist Tower. Particularly because, his thing is he is immune to all magic. He keeps changing his magical weakness every time he's hit. And also, in the Cultist Tower, you can only use magic. You can't use regular attacks or anything for it. So, with that, the best way to defeat him is to pretty much drain his MP. So pretty much, you have a full party full of people with Osmos and or Rasp, and also everyone has Reflect on them, so that his attacks reflect back on him. He changes his barrier weakness, and then you just keep pelting him with attacks that don't really deal damage to him, but are just wasting your MP so that you can drain his MP out. And I love the creativity of that. I mean, that's not the only way to defeat him, but that's always the way I defeat him. And he's one of 3 bosses you can do that to.
Alright, does it?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say that I would actually might also say the Phantom Train, if not for the fact that you could just throw Phoenix down at it in one turn.
Yeah.
or the fact that you can suplex it, which is the more
Yeah.
fun to do it.
Because it's a cool boss fight, but you can literally one-shot it with a Phoenix down. Like, come on.
To be fair, that's kind
Come
of
on.
a running
Cool that
gag
you
in
can do
Final
that,
Fantasy.
but, you know. Yeah, I know. It's always the coolest boss fights that you can do that too. Like, conceptually, some of the cooler ones. But then it just doesn't last, because you can just cheese it in one hit, and it sucks.
Final
Yeah.
Fantasy has that problem. Like, look at Yu Yevon from Final Fantasy X.
Oh,
Oh
God.
God, you Yevon.
Don't even bring that up.
So, well, moving on.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
will
that's a
say,
discussion for another time.
yeah.
I will say, I think the boss fight that adds the most to my conception of the world of the game, if that's like a subcategory here, Doomgaze, legit makes me scared to fly around when I'm in the Falcon.
Oh,
Like,
I
that
love.
adds a new dimension to just going around the world map, right? Something, it's a different kind of fear. It's
Oh.
really interesting.
I totally forgot about Doomgaze.
Doomgaze. The best part about Doomgaze is that you can actually run away from him, and he doesn't heal. He actually doesn't heal, so I
So you
love that.
slow him down.
Yeah,
That's kind of how you gotta do it, right? Because he runs away himself after a little while, right? Do I have that right?
yes. He has like his HP is pretty high, and like you can defeat him on your very first encounter. But the way to do that is you'd have to have the spell and solve Samasa for double cast. But yeah, But yeah, Doomgaze. I almost forgot about Doomgaze for a minute because he's kind of super optional, like kind of a more hidden boss than anything.
Until he chooses to make himself known.
His appearance isn't
Indeed.
actually totally random. He's you will find him on the same tile every time in a file, but what tile that is randomized every time you make a file.
Oh.
Wow.
That's how it
Interesting.
works. And so
That's
whatever
pretty neat.
tile he's on, when you fly into that tile is when he appears.
Huh.
That's good to know. That kind of is how the Gigantuar in the GBA remake works. Though his isn't always specific to every playthrough.
Interesting.
Does anyone else have anything to add? We all pretty much said Ultros. Which boss fight Ultros?
Ultros. Just Ultros.
Wait, which boss fight? Ultros, it's Ultros.
Remember, don't tease that frickin' octopus, kids.
Muscleheads. Hate him.
So, conclusion. So, Final Fantasy VI was released in 1994. What is it that draws you back to it almost 25 years later?
I think what draws me back to it is, as said, the customization of your party, like how you can customize them any way you want, and also the story. The story is just one of the best in video game history. Everyone I know agrees with it. Even people that aren't really Final Fantasy fans have said this is one of the best stories told in gaming.
I just wish I could get my husband to play it.
Yeah. Tell him to stop being a dweeb.
Sit him down, lock him in the room, and have him play nothing but Final Fantasy VI.
I can't do that. He's not even in the same country as me right now.
No.
Anyways, though.
here's what you do for Christmas. You get him a cartridge of it, and
He's
you hand him
listening to the
divorce papers
podcast,
and
you
say
guys
you
know.
get one or the other.
Oh my god! Alan, if you're still listening, I love you.
And before Alan destroys Guy McCauley, we never see him again. And Alan's like, you guys are so rude. Hey,
So
for
you-
the record, Alan, I did potentially give you a nice ID.
Oh my god.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, so anyways, my little checklist of reasons I still play it. Incredible music, incredible cast of characters, some of which I can personally relate to. Incredible storytelling that has inspired me to become a writer since my childhood. It's immersive, it has replayability. What else do I need to say?
I mean, I don't really have much.
What else can I say that hasn't already been said?
Yeah, for real. Like,
Great replayability, amazing story, characters,
Literally,
writing.
just
Yeah.
literally everything about it is what draws me back. There's
Pretty
nothing that
much is-
doesn't.
Pretty much.
Pretty much for the same reasons why I still replay Chrono Trigger and Fire Emblem 4. Fantastic story, fantastic game, fantastic soundtrack. Love the characters. Yeah, that's pretty much all I need for Final Fantasy VI, and throw in nostalgia with that, and I'll probably keep on playing this game like forever.
I think that's the trick, right, Grant? Because it's like we were discussing this plenty of times before, but it has everything in it for everyone that I have been over the course of my lifetime, if that makes sense, right? Because, like, I mean, I guess 6 hit me at a formative period in my life. I was a kid, a quarter century ago, that long ago, and part of what draws me back to it, and will probably continue to draw me back to it, is that I met it at that time, right? It spoke powerfully to me at the time. I noticed that it was a lovely story. I noticed that it was filled with these huge, soaring set pieces, and there's some great, brilliantly crafted gaming, all that sense of authorship that it creates. There's a script that, you know, at least in my version, can turn totally bonkers at some points, but at the same time, you've heard us quoting it all evening long. So that's what will keep me coming back. But when I come back, I always find that there are new sides to it. I always find something new to find about it. Maybe it's that I understand kind of the politics of the Empire differently, or how they think, or maybe it's that I find a little more nuance in one of this enormous cast of characters that it has. So I think it's like the set pieces and high drama that brought me to it as a kid, but it's these truer and deeper explorations of hope and what it means to hope as a human that keep it valuable to me as an adult. Probably will keep it valuable to me till I'm very old. It's the kind of story about which there's always something new to discover, as we have proven today at great length. So I think it's going to stay near to my heart for a very long time to come. Several more quarter centuries, at least.
I could not have
Indeed.
said
Well
that better.
said.
I'm in complete agreement with everything that's been said. This game is very.
So, for those of you who saw the podcast, thank you very much. For those of you who participated, Guy, Bailey, Christian, John, and Nat, thank you. This was awesome.
Thank you for inviting me, and after this, I'm going to be sure to organize some more Final Fantasy podcasts myself, because I love.
After this, I'm organizing the Chrono Trigger podcast.
Well, you've already got
Oh,
me
boy.
written down for that one, so I'm going to get people. I want to do the whole series as best I can, but the two that I really want to do the most are Final Fantasy 2 and 5.
I'm down for those if you need someone, guys.
I'd be down. I have not finished 5, but I've been wanting a reason to pick that one back up again. So
Well, there's your.
I need to finish 2 myself, but I'll definitely join you for the 5.
So that's.
This has been a blast. Thanks for the invite.
Make
Yeah,
sure,
thanks so much for
Guy,
having me.
make sure to get this on YouTube so I can put it on my blog and I can spread it around
I will
the
get it up
internet.
there ASAP.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah.
all.
Alright,
You guys have a good day.
Alright, bye bye, guys.
Yep.
go play
Goodbye.
Final Fantasy 6.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alan, play Final Fantasy 6.
Six. You just
Alan, play Final Fantasy 6, damn it.
that was a lot of time to spend
I'm
listening
gonna
to
play it and live stream it over Discord so he can watch me. He's already agreed to do that, at least. So
top tier hubbo, right?
what?
I said top tier hubbo, wasn't hubby. You know, the fact that he's gonna watch you play the game.
You gotta
Nice.
make compromises in every good marriage.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks.